All right, hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Welcome inside North Hill Bowl for the 47th annual 10-game marathon here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Cini once again, bringing you live coverage. They're a little slow getting going this morning as there are close to 100 entries here today. So we'll be underway here momentarily. If you are here and in the chat room, let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, thank you for that. We do appreciate the feedback. Again, if you haven't already, please hit that like button, share with everyone you know on social media. That does help out the page quite a bit. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel as we have some good bowling coming up here the next couple months. And also find us over on Facebook as we will be giving away some high-performance bowling balls from Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Greetings from South Florida. Well, thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate that. Again, they're just trying to get the names in today as we have close to, if not over, 105, 110 balls, something like, I don't know. They're going to be using 24 lanes here, so we're probably going to see 3 people per lane at least, if not more. They do have oiled all the way to 32, I believe. We will see most players in the tournament come across our stream today, so if you have anyone that you are cheering for, we will try to let you know how they're doing as the tournament goes on. Again, this is a 10-game marathon, so they will bowl 10 games with the high pin total at the end of the day being the winner. There is handicap in this event. I do believe it's 90% of 210. I need to go check on that, but
all right, just a few quick announcements.
Looks like they're making announcements now.
One game on the pair that you're on. If you're on the left lane, you're going to move to the left. If you're on the right lane, you're going to move to the right. Do not skip the pair, just move to the next left lane or right lane. Okay? We're going to turn them on and let practice for about 10-15 minutes.
Okay, so the move will be the left lane moves left, the right lane moves right. So we'll get to see a variety of players here today that are about to turn the lanes on for practice. Real quick, we will go over what we are bowling on today. So we are bowling on a 42-foot pattern with just about 29 mils. This sheet does show that there is ice oil being used, but they are actually using terrain oil. The ratio on this pattern is 2.5 or so to 1, so it is fairly difficult. This is a pattern similar to what we'll be seeing at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here in about 3 weeks, which you'll be able to watch right here on NDBowlTV, because that is our next show coming here from North Hill Bowl. Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. We will be live on Saturday the 28th at 11 a.m. for qualifying, and then we'll be back on Sunday for match play all the way through the stepladder finals. Hello, Robert. Hello, Craig. Thank you for tuning in. Bet that little kid is a two-hander. What made you think that? Maybe because 90% of the kids bowling these days are two-handers. Again, join us the 28th and 29th right here from North Hill Bowl at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. What I would guess is one of our biggest shows here at NDBowling.com. And if you're watching and want to bowl a tournament with a pretty tough field, I'd come on out to North Hill Bowl and sign up for that one because it's a good one. Again, they're just doing about 10 minutes of warm-ups at the moment. We will be underway with game one here shortly, so sit tight, grab a beverage, turn on your favorite football game that'll be on here in about 45 minutes, and join us for a fun day of bowling. Tony, the format here is simply 10 games with the high pin total winning. It is a handicap event, so there are a good mix of scratch and handicap bowlers in the field today, where I'm looking down and they're using all the way up to 30 lanes or so. And with 3 players, I'm guessing, on each lane, that's about 90 players here today, so a really good turnout. And just looking at the poster, the handicap is 80% of 210 with a no pin limit. So take your average and find the difference of 210 and then do 80% of that, and that is your handicap. And that is on a per game basis. And we will try to go over the scores as we get them throughout the day. And if you have a favorite bowler that you want to know the scores of, just head on into the chat room and let us know. We'll try to pass those along best as we can. And that pattern is a 2.43 to 1 ratio oil pattern. 42 feet, about 29 mils. Definitely won't be easy out there today. Waiting on the huge game in Detroit versus Green Bay, yes. That will be a big game tonight, especially if the Seahawks lose, because then it's essentially whoever wins that game goes to the playoffs. So, but if the Seahawks win, then only Green Bay can go. If Detroit wins, then the Seahawks go to the playoffs. So a lot of scenarios today in the NFL. There's also a FCS championship game for the folks here in North Dakota and South Dakota who are going to be watching today at 1 o'clock. North Dakota State against South Dakota State. A lot of good football, a lot of good bowling going on today. Team USA trials just finished up last night in Vegas, where they crowned the U.S. Amateur champions, as well as found new members for the Team USA and Junior Team USA. And then by the end of this month, the PBA Tour will be off and running. So great time of the year for sports, great time of the year for bowling. And we still don't have any names up on the monitors yet, so I believe the staff here at North Dakota Bowl is still trying to get those entered. Again, the move today is going to be a right, right, left, left move. So each pair will be different every time. We'll get a wider variety of players here on our featured pair 11 and 12 throughout the day. Robert says Tatum Lee will be a future star in 10 years. I do not disagree. He's a very good bowler here out of Minot. Has already done some great things. I believe he continues to put in the work. He will definitely be one of the people we will be interviewing someday here on NDBowlTV. A lot of really good young players in the building. I do see Dawson Unrath in the building, who won the tournament in Williston earlier this year. A lot of really good players in the building, and a lot of players who are also bowling a tournament, maybe for the first time. A good tournament that I strongly suggest a lot of people come out and try if you're looking to get started in the game of bowling. And I will go on and say that I do not know everyone in the building, and some people have names on their back, not a lot of people do. So I do apologize if your favorite bowler is bowling and I do not know who they are. But I will do my best as the tournament goes on. Again, we're still waiting for them to get the scores up on the screen, and then we'll be underway. Just joining us, this is a 10-game marathon, so it is simply a 10-game total pin winner. After each game, players will move left if they're on the left lane, they'll move right if they're on the right lane. And at the completion of 10 games, whoever has a high pin total will be the winner. Any idea if we'll be seeing Ron Zutz today? I believe I saw Ron down on the area of 23 and 24 perhaps. So that would mean we will see him at some point today. On our featured pair at least. Yep, he's down there bowling on 23 and 24 or else 21 and 22, one of the two. So he's on 21, he will be moving left, and we'll see him, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, game 6. If he moves right, if he's on lane 24, then I'm not quite sure if we'll see him. And Robert, I'm just going to say right now, we don't need to talk about how good or bad anyone is on our stream. This is a handicap tournament. We are not bowling scratch. There's a lot of players here who may be bowling their tournament for the first time, so there's no need to make comments like that, please.
22, 24, 25, 26, 5, and 27, 28, 29, 30 at 4.
Okay, looks like we have our names up on the scores. Let's see if I can work on the cameras a little bit so that we have scores for you on the screen. This might be a little difficult with the amount of people on the screen, and it's a very big screen, so we'll see if we can make it work. Connor Allen, thank you for joining us today. I do appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Remember, you're bowling one game on the pair that you're on, then you move. Left moves left one pair, right moves right one pair. All right, your arrows should be coming up. Good luck to everyone in bowling. All right, can everyone see the scores very well? Let me know. They got new scoring monitors here at North Hill Bowl, so there's only so much we can do to try to get them to fit on the screen without taking up the entire viewing area. Okay, you can see them. That's good. Thank you for letting me know. And we are underway here with game one of the 10-game marathon. And this is the 47th annual 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl. It's a favorite among many here in the local community, as well as a lot in the state. There are a lot of people who have traveled a few hours to come here today. And if you see there's a total pinfall above, like the top part, like here, the bowler Damon on the right, he's got 19 pins of handicap. That is the handicap total. And then they'll have a scratch running total below that. So if you want to know what each player will have each game, you'll have to add up those two scores. But then after this game, I do believe the scores will move with the player. So you might be able to see each player's running total as they come by. I don't know if that total will include the handicap, but we'll have to wait and see how things go after game one. How's everyone in the chat doing today? Are you bowling anything coming up? Let us know. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit that like button, as it does help us get discovered by many more people on YouTube. Mr. Ariel, I do believe a lot of people can be inaccurate, whether you bowl one-handed or two-handed. I think as much time as you put into your game, you can become a very accurate player regardless of how many hands you use. I myself am a one-handed bowler, but I do understand the movement for people to be using two hands, and to see how many kids are interested in the sport of bowling, that alone makes me support the two-handed thing. As long as more people come out bowling, the better in my mind. And I put it this way, if being two-handed is as inaccurate as you are saying right now in our chat, then I think people would not be bowling as much, so to speak. They're finding success doing what they know how to do. That's the beauty of bowling. You can perfect your own craft, so to speak. I mean, you can't go wrong with a game like Francois Lebois, because he is going to be an all-time great. What he does is incredible in my mind, but not everyone is as gifted as he is. He puts in a lot of work in his game, and I believe if anyone puts a lot of work in their game, they have the ability to become better. So, yeah, absolutely. There are people who enjoy the traditional part of the game, and then there are people who like the two-handed game. I mean, everyone's entitled to that. As the owner of NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV, I like to see the sport grow. And if that means everyone enjoys the game, bowling one or two-handed, then that's the way I'm going to go with it. We do appreciate you tuning in. Again, we are in game 1 of the 47th annual 10-game marathon here in Minot, North Dakota at North Hill Bowl. We will be back here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks at what I would say is one of the biggest tournaments of the year for NDBowlTV, the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. The 20th annual will be going on, and for the first time, we will be broadcasting the entire event, starting with the first ball at qualifying on Saturday at 11 a.m., all the way through the final ball in the stepladder finals on Sunday. You can watch right here on NDBowlTV, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on the notifications, and we hope to see you at the end of the month, right back here at North Hill Bowl. I believe that tournament has a 300 game pot that has not been won for 10 years. So what does that mean? Well, every year there is a local company that donates $300 into a 300 game pot. So the first person to shoot 300 in the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout that particular year would get the pot. If no one shoots a 300 in qualifying, that pot will then go on to the next year. Well, since it hasn't been won in over 10 years, that pot is over $3,000 at the moment. So while we are live streaming on the 28th of this month, that is one thing to keep an eye out for. If anyone does shoot 300, they're going to go home with a lot of money. And Marcia, I will 100% agree. Again, the beauty of bowling is that everyone can do it their own way. And if you perfect your craft, you will be successful in this sport the harder you work. And you want me to go down to Oklahoma next weekend, huh? I'll check my schedule. That's an easy drive from North Dakota, right? You need a doubles partner. Well, I'm afraid at the moment I won't be any help. I haven't bowled since the end of November. I currently have some elbow problems that nobody in the medical field can figure out. I joked on my Facebook that I hope I become the next Henry Rowan-Gardner for bowling. I've had multiple MRIs done and they can't figure it out. So I'm still looking for a solution, hopefully find that soon. Oh, nice spare conversion there. That's a good shot. That is not easy for a lot of players. And Chris Massey, please make that drive all the way to Oklahoma. You know, Connor, I would also consider talking to guys like Randy Peterson and all those guys that are killing it right now. There's a lot of players up here that would be more than happy to bowl with you if they have the free time. I have a hard time believing you wouldn't be able to find a partner down near Oklahoma, though. Or in Arkansas, I believe, is where you're at right now. I do believe today will be a nice full house here for North Hill Bowl as the final day of the football regular season is going on. So there's usually a nice contingent in the bar cheering on their favorite football team. There is also a championship game for the North Dakota State Bison and the South Dakota State Jackrabbits on ABC at 1 o'clock. So a lot of good football going on today for the locals here. So if you are from around this area and you are tuning in, I do appreciate it. And we are bowling on a 2.43 to 1 ratio oil pattern, 29 mils, about 42 feet in length. They're using terrain oil. So I do not expect crazy scores, but there will be some people that match up with this very well. And again, we are bowling a handicap tournament. So once we get the official scores from the staff here at North Hill Bowl, we will pass them on to you. Connor says, how many entries today? Well, I can see 3 people per lane all the way down to roughly lane 30. So I'm going to guess there's around 90 people. I don't see any pairs that have 4, but there are some down on the high end that only have 5. So I would say anywhere from 80 to 90 bowlers here today. Meaning if they do their normal 1 for 4, I would expect them to pay close to that 22, 23 people. It's just a $100 entry here today too, so lower than normal for the average tournament, which I think does attract a lot of bowlers to come out here and give it a try. I'd like to invite everyone watching to go find us on our Facebook page. As the entries are currently closed for our current contest to give away a Storm Fate, but we will be giving away another Storm High Performance Bowling Ball right around the week of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. That contest will likely be posted here in a couple weeks. So go hit the like button on our Facebook page so you stay up to date on all of those. We do have a few Storm Balls to give away yet this year, so wouldn't want you to miss out. Again, please consider hitting that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. And please hit the thumbs up button, as that does help us get discovered here on YouTube. Anything to help us out would be appreciated. Again, it's game 1 of 10 here today. Following this game, players on the right will move right, the players on the left will move left. And when you look at the scoring monitors, the score on the bottom is their scratch score. The score above that is how many pins handicap they get. Following this game, I feel like those scores will then become their cumulative total. Whether that's scratch or handicap is yet to be determined. I think like most tournaments, as long as the names and everything move accordingly, they'll be happy. Seems like these scoring systems have a mind of their own. You can test them throughout the week, but then leading up to the tournament, they just do something different. So we'll see what happens here following game 1. I do believe Tatum Lee on our pair here just recently became the youngest bowler in North Dakota to shoot a 300 game at, I believe, the age of 13, maybe 12, I'm not sure. So Tatum already doing good things. I do see him up here quite a bit at North Hill Bowl, putting in games, putting in the work. I do see he's got 6 pins of handicap, so that would mean he has an average roughly around 202. The handicap is 80% at 210. Andy Colbaum, thank you for joining in the chat room today. Maybe we'll be seeing you out at one of the tournaments here coming up. score wasn't changed for JB. Was there a particular... I guess that's one thing about the more relaxed atmosphere of the tournament is not a lot of people are paying attention. Nicole, is there something we should change? Let us know. 'Cause I wasn't paying attention either, if I'm being honest. Andy, you'll be over for the CMA. Well, it'll be good to see you there. I will be posting up the live stream probably down by the TV pair, which is 31 and 32, I believe. Tatum is 11. Well, there you go. Okay, I'm looking back on the replay, and I do see that, I believe his name is Johnny. Okay, so he threw did I see a double gutter, and then I'll have to ask him about that. Will we be at Red Ray for the Larry Benjamin? We will not. I believe Alex just told me about that tournament. We do have a poster posted up on NDBowling.com if you want to know more about that one. It is a 64-person, I believe it's a double elimination bracket tournament, correct? Hey, Stewart. Okay, thank you, Nicole. We will look into that here. All right, got the score changed. Thank you for alerting us to that. And in talking to, I believe you say his name is Johnny. He did say it's his second month bowling, so props to him for coming on out. Gabriel says, what is the oil pattern? Well, we have a brief second. The oil pattern would be this. It's a 42-foot pattern, 29 mils. It says ice oil on here, but they actually use terrain. And the ratio is a 2.4 to 1. I do believe this pattern or something similar will be used at the end of the month for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Looks like we're starting to wrap up game one. I do see a 232 from Derek Jackson on the pair to our right. Randy Peterson on 15 and 16 still has a 247. He's got a strike up here in the 10th. Wade Scott still has 230 possible, so some good scratch scores out there. A good way to base the handicap scores is, again, handicap is 80% of 210. So if their total score plus that handicap score right above it equals 210 or more, then you know they're bowling above their average. And they're likely going to climb the standings with that game. Wade doesn't count. He's a lefty. I tend to agree at times, but believe it or not, Connor, I actually have a 14-pound Phase 5 on the way from the good people at Storm, as I will be drilling for my left hand. Consider me going to the dark side while I still am figuring out the issues I have in my arm. But truth be told, I tried bowling left-handed with my right-handed equipment, which is a 15, and I shot 600 in 3 games out of the car with it. So a lot of people say the left is walled. Based on my very small sample size, I could agree. But in all fairness, this pattern is just as tough on the left side. Wade Scott does finish out with a 244. He will be moving left, so we will not see Wade on our featured pair. Again, we got 30 lanes going here, so 15 pairs, so there will be about 5 pairs of players that we probably won't see today. But again, if you're watching, trying to find out how your favorite bowler is doing, just let us know. And once we get an official score sheet, we will do our best to list those off. Good spare there by Tatum. That had the sleeper back there on the 6 count, so Nice 200 game to start for him, just about average. With his handicap, he should be over that 210 threshold, above your average. So see most of the house just now finishing up their first game. Again, you'll see a lot of player movement as the right lanes will move right, left lanes will move left. And that'll do it here for game one. And again, I'm Darren Sweeney with NDBowling.com, bringing you live coverage of the 47th annual 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. You're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Join us in 3 weeks right here at North Hill Bowl for complete coverage of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout starting at 11 a.m. on Saturday the 28th for qualifying, where they will bowl 8 games and then cut to the top 24 or 30 depending on entries. We will then be back on Sunday for match play starting at 9 a.m. with the final 5 going into the stepladder finals and the winner taking home a $4,000 top prize. So hit that subscribe button and tune in at the end of the month. We would like to thank the folks at Storm for being the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Go out and get yourself an Absolute, which I believe releases on January 20th. So head on over to your local pro shop. The Absolute and the Revenant are the new balls coming out by Storm, releasing on January 20th. Again, you can stay connected with everything NDBowling.com related on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitter. So please stay connected. And players will move around and we will be underway with game 2. Nicole says, awesome that he's bowling tournaments already. Yes, I do agree. He did say he was only bowling for about 2 months, so to already come out here and bowl, it looks like he is paired off with a few of his friends, which does help. Hope he comes out for more tournaments and ends up wanting to continue to grow the game. Looks like all the NFL games are underway. Let us know who you're cheering for today. Would like to send out a welcome to all the new subscribers over the last month and a half. We've had about 300 new subscribers to our YouTube page. We do appreciate everyone doing that. We currently have just shy of 1,700 subscribers. We would like to get to 2,000 by the end of the month. So if you know anybody that's interested in bowling content, just let them know. Please share the stream with everyone you know on social media. And again, we will be giving away some Storm High Performance Bowling Balls throughout the remainder of the year. We have some big tournaments coming up. We will be live streaming, like we mentioned earlier, here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout at the end of the month. And then we'll be down in Moorhead at the NDBowling.com Classic at Sunset Lanes the first weekend in March. We have a complete listing of tournaments on NDBowling.com. Just click on the upcoming events page. And our next weekend is the first NDBowling.com Major Championship up in Winnipeg at the Manitoba Open. Following that, there is a doubles tournament in Williston and also a big bracket tournament over in Grand Forks. The Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout is the final weekend of the month, and then right after that is the KFYR TV Bowling Classic at Midway Lanes in Mandan. So a lot of good bowling coming up in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Head on over to ndbowling.com and check out those events. Maybe there's one that's right for you. I do know in the past at this tournament, North Hill Bowl has run a scrolling marquee down at the bottom of the scores that list off perhaps the top 10. If they do that, we will extend our scoring view there so that they will be put on screen. That would help us out quite a bit. Good spare there from Adam. We do hope everyone tuning in did have a good holiday season. I know the weather in North Dakota has been a lot better than it was right around Christmas and a little bit before. It got very cold, a lot of snow there for a while. I know those of you watching from the Minneapolis area got quite a bit of snow not that long ago. Gotta love the winters around here. Looks like it was a good day for everyone to drive in today to bowl the tournament. Again, we are in game 2 of 10 at the moment. Throughout the day, we'll try to get a word with a few of the players as they are in between games, just to get an idea of how the shot is looking, how things are going. People from Arkansas are scared of the cold weather. Well, don't you have a jacket you could lend them or something? I mean, from what I see, they're not expecting much for storms in the next few weeks, so we should have a decent time for travels, but as anyone knows that has ever lived up here in North Dakota, that if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. It's likely to change. Chris says, how many junior bowlers are today? I know like 5 from Midway. Yeah, there are actually quite a few junior bowlers here in attendance. I couldn't tell you how many. Just in view, I would probably count 10 to 15 just on 1 through about 20. It's good to see a lot of the kids out here. I was talking with a few bowlers before the tournament, and if you look at the age of most of the tournaments, about 5-6 years ago, I was in my late 20s, and I was one of the youngest people at most of the tournaments, so it's nice to see a lot of the younger contingent out in bowling tournaments. It's great to see. It gives me hope for tournaments in the future as more of us get older and quit bowling. I feel as though there is a big gap in bowlers around certain ages. I would say currently around that 28 to 34 range, there's a lack of bowlers. I feel like after I went through the junior ranks here in North Dakota, there weren't that many that continued on from the junior programs around those ages. But it's good to see more and more as we go. I do encourage everyone out there who is interested in the sport to go visit with your local pro shop. I would think about getting a ball drilled that is measured correctly for you, and then enter in at one of your local leagues. And then if you want to start bowling tournaments, look for a handicap tournament first, something like the 10-game marathon or perhaps the Hemi Bowl here in March. There's also a couple of really good handicap tournaments out in Williston or wherever you're from. I know a lot of bowlers who started bowling when they were in their mid to late 20s. I think Mike Larson is one of them, and he is now currently in the North Dakota Bowling Hall of Fame. So it's never too late to start. And I would agree with you, Chris. But everyone goes on and does their own thing. So it's not too unusual, I guess. Connor says first week of Winter Youth League, they had 142 kids come out. That is really good. And that is down in Arkansas. So it's good to see a youth movement happening all over the country and perhaps the world. I know up here in Minot we're seeing more people come out in bowling leagues. I believe a lot of people, the older people, don't want to do the traditional, Labor Day to Memorial Day type things. So they would rather do perhaps a 8 to 10 week season as opposed to the 28 to 33 week seasons that we are all used to. So maybe that would help. I do have a scoring update after one. Chris Kuhl with a 277 game. Leads at game one. Wade Scott with the 244 is in second. Chris Charles 239 in third. Derek Jackson 232 in fourth. Randy Peterson 231 in fifth. Again, if you want to know the scores of anyone, let us know. Kurt says Chad needs a score correction. He had a 7 count. Would that be there in the 5th frame? From what I'm gathering, it's not picking up the 7 pin on 11. And that's why it scores it one more if the 7 pin is still there. So I'm guessing that's what's going on 11. Okay, I will find someone to get that corrected. Thank you for letting us know. Had a 278, so yeah, that's the key there is if you're on lane 11 and you have the 7 pin standing after 1, it's probably going to count it as not being there. So I'm guessing there will be more than one scoring problem here on this pair. Okay, so he should have are you saying he should have a 7-1, Kurt? Instead of 8-0? And there's Justin Singer leaving the 7 on 11, and it did give him 7. So we're going to have to go take care of that. 1 second. All right, how does that look? I'll let the guys know, and hopefully they catch their own scoring errors. I do not know how many players they are paying today. The official count is 84 players have entered. If they go a 1 and 4, you're looking at about 20 to 22 players they're going to pay. Currently, Scott Knox is in 22nd with handicap at a 195 the first game. So scoring pace right around that 200 average with handicap again. It looks like the players have their totals up on the screen above their game totals, and I'm guessing those are scratch scores, so we will not know handicap scores, cumulative totals, until the official sheets come out from the staff here at North Bowl. But you'll be able to see everyone's scratch score as it is listed. Interesting to see how players are playing the lanes here on their first move. I've always said on tough patterns, you like to get a good score game one because that's just the pair you got to practice on. You get to kind of break the pair down best you can, but once you move, you're kind of at the mercy of the people before you. After game one, you're on more of a blended pattern, more of a blended breakdown, and depending on who started there will really affect how your ball reacts and where you play. Derek Jackson started with a 232 on the pair to our right, which put him in fourth. He is currently on 15 and 16 and needs to strike out for 199. So you can tell the lanes are a little bit different from pair to pair. Again, we're bowling on a 2.43 to 1 ratio oil pattern, a custom 42-foot pattern with about 29 mils using terrain oil. You will likely see a version of this one way or the other for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here in 3 weeks at North Hill Bowl. there's a 7-pin on 11. What's it going to give? Okay, it did give J 9. So we did alert the staff here at Northville Bowl, and they did make the proper changes. So hopefully we don't have any more problems with the scores on 11. Again, big thank you to everyone tuning in today. If you could, let us know where you're tuning in from. And do you have any plans to bowl here in the next few months? What do you plan on bowling? Where are you going? A lot of tournaments coming up between here, Winnipeg, Williston, Grand Forks, Minot, Mandan. We'll be down at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead at the beginning of March. And then it comes a time where everyone starts bowling state tournaments and then heads down to the USBC Open, which for the men is in Reno. I believe the women are in Vegas this year. I'm not sure. Of course, the PBA Tour starts up here at the end of the month, which I find crazy schedule starting off with the U.S. Open right off the bat. Let's just put you through the grinder in 50-some games and U.S. Open right off the bat. But I'm sure it has a lot to do with availability of the bowling centers as well as TV availability, TV slots, that sort of thing. I do like that the PBA Tour is going to be showing more of the match play rounds, the qualifying rounds on TV throughout the week. There are a few tournaments that they are doing that this year. I do believe the more people know the story among all the players and how they got to the finals, the more people that will be interested in the sport of bowling. So I think overall it is a good thing. The more bowling on TV, the better. That'll do for game two. Looks like Adam Fettig with a 231 game. He gets 5 sticks, so you can see the handicap total is way over to the right. So it shows he's got 410 after 2. Let's just kind of go along here. Adam Fettig started out game 1 with a 179. So you add in the 231 and that's 410. So the cumulative total that they come to the pair with will be their scratch score, but it does show their handicap score once the game is completed there, right below it for the game. Looks like Randy Peterson, who started off game 1 with a 231, is going to have, if he picks up this 10 pin, he'll have a 2-0 on the board. So moving right along for him. Well, looking around a little bit. Not too many big scores game 2, as players are seeing a little bit a different look by changing pairs. I believe that look will be getting a little more consistent here going forward. Yeah, we'll be underway here now with game 3. And somebody in chat asking if Kurt's okay. I think Kurt's fine. I do appreciate Kurt for tuning in, letting us know of the errors up on the screen. Christian, I don't know if you're a bot or not, but I think it's time for you to go. Yeah, we're heading into game 3 of 10 here at the 47th annual 10-game marathon at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Again, I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, coming to you solo from the booth. I'd like to remind everyone to stay connected with us on social media. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, if you would be so kind as to hit the thumbs up button, that helps us out quite a bit. Again, you can find us in 3 weeks at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, where we will be giving you wall-to-wall coverage here on NDBowlTV, from the first ball in qualifying all the way until the last frame in the finals till we crown a champion. Again, big thank you to the folks at Storm for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And again, you're watching NDBowlTV. And we'll be here for the duration of the event. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Now we'll be underway with game 3. Okay, and it appears by Rogers' leave there on 11 that the scores are indeed fixed, so we should be good to go there. We'll still keep an eye out for any scoring problems. Thomas, thank you for joining us today. Do appreciate you tuning in. Hope you are well. What game are they in? I do believe that is on the screen, Thomas. If it's not, let me know. I believe there's a game 3 right above our logo. If that's not visible to everyone, just let me know. Craig says, what's the leader averaging? We only have a score sheet through game 1, so the top score after game 1 was 277 by Chris Cool. I would be willing to bet he had a hard time keeping that average up on the next pair he went to, but it is possible. Once we get a game 2 update, we will share that with you. But currently with handicap, there are only 17 people that are plus at the moment. So pretty tough pattern. We're bowling on a 2.41 or a 2.41 to 1 ratio oil pattern, a 42 footer. How many games are they playing? They will be playing 10. Scores are not high, Craig. Just a few people got them early. I do believe the game 1 is probably one of the games where you're going to get the most pins because you're able to break down the pair during practice. And then once you move to the subsequent pairs, you're basically bowling on what other people started breaking down. We'll get a really good idea of the scores over the next couple sheets that we get. But the way it looks with 84 players, they're probably going to pay the top 20 to 25, somewhere in there. And 25th is currently -8, and that is a total with handicap. So definitely not that high of scores, but we will see once we get the next scores. We've seen some pretty good scores. We've seen some pretty low scores. So do I think 218 average is decent? If we're talking about a winner, yes. If we're talking about cut, no. I don't think that's going to be around the cut for the money anyways. 218 average is probably going to be right around your winner. It'll be interesting to see how this pattern breaks down with a wide variety of styles out here. I think the scores are going to vary greatly depending on the pairs and who started there. There's always one person that's going to go crazy and bowl really well. You pick 2187 for the leader. That is possible. It's hard to say, only having a score sheet for one game, but once we get a couple more games in, we'll have a good idea of kind of what the leader is pacing. And then, of course, being a handicap tournament, there's always the element of handicap and how certain players are doing relative to their average. And a lot of these players, I don't know their average, so it's going to be hard to tell as far as the bowlers in front of us how well they are doing. Of course, if you shoot any games over 210, you're sitting pretty good regardless. Do people bowl a 300 at all? I'd say, I guess it's possible. We had a guy that was one shot away the first game. But generally speaking, on a pattern like this, it's not going to be a common occurrence. Looks like Rory's coming around with a new score sheet, so we should be able to update you on our scores here in a couple seconds. All right, after game 2, Wade Scott is your leader at 61 over, 461. Chris Kuhl with 458 after 2. Jamie Craig in 3rd at 439. Randy Peterson in 4th at 431. Adam Fettig and Derek Jackson tied for 5th at 420. Josh Craig and Jaden Roller tied for 7th at 417, and these are total scores at the moment. And if we're looking at that 25th spot, I don't know if that's going to be our cut for the money or not. I'll have to talk to the folks here at North Hill Bowl, but 25th place at the moment is 16 under. That is total score with handicap. So definitely tough out there, definitely lower scores today. I do expect some people to kind of migrate towards their comfort zone as the tournament goes on, and you'll see a little bit bigger scores later in the day. This game 2 through about 4 or 5 is going to be a very critical time for a lot of players as the transition moves across the lanes. I'd like to give a shout out to all the locals around Minot coming out bowling today. A lot of these players don't bowl many tournaments, so it is good to see them come out and compete, even if it is just once a year. Looks like Gerald there on the left throwing the exotic gem. Popular ball coming out by Rotogrip. I think I might have to get my hands on one of those once my arm is fixed, of course. Adam Peters, thank you for joining in. And yes, in the great words of Jim Mellon, don't get blowed up those middle games. I believe he says it every year. Adam, I hope you're doing well. Hope to see you out at some of the tournaments here in the next couple months. Looks like we have a little bit of deadwood on 12. Find someone from staff here at North Hill Bowl to clean that one out. Bold move thrown at the 10 pin with the deadwood there. But at any rate, here we go. All right, good shot there. I'd be really curious to see what the scores are doing down on the higher end of the house. Traditionally here at North Hill Bowl, most of the leagues and tournaments happen on 1 through 16, if not 1 through 24. So you get more of a burnt in track area, more friction. Therefore, down here on the low end, it hooks a little more than it does on the high end, where they have a lot of birthday parties, a lot of open bowlers playing away from league. So traditionally, you're going to get a little more hold down on the high end of the house and a little more hook down on the low. Makes it tricky for those who have to jump the house from one end to the other between games. See by that shot there by Braden on lane 12. Shots that miss left still face up and go nose. So it kind of makes this pattern a little bit more difficult. We've seen people miss towards the outside part of the lane near 5, and the ball just never recovers. So there's less miss room here on this pattern. I do see a mix of urethane and reactive balls going down the lane, so it's not so much one over the other. 3 of 10. Following 10 games, the top pin total with handicap will win. At the conclusion of each game, players on the right will move a pair to the right, players on the left move a pair to the left. So we'll be able to see most of the players here today. There's just a few starting pairs that we will not see. Looks like I see a big Randy Peterson score going on down on 19 and 20. I see a spare and approximately a 9-bagger. And I believe, so he had 290 going into the 10th. And went strike 9 spare, so big game there for Randy Peterson, 270 on the board. That should put him well in the lead, as he was in 4th going in at about 31 over, so he's now 110 over. So big game there, as Randy is moving to the right down towards the high end of the house, so he should have a little more hold as he goes, and then once you make the jump, you'll have to make a little bit of a move left. A little more friction down on the low end of the house. A few decent games going on around us, based on the scratch score anyways. Last season, this tournament was conducted on a pattern very similar to this, and Mike Green ended up winning the tournament with a 22-18 total. About 218 over, 222 average, not too bad. Now entering the 10th frame here on our featured pair of Game 3. I'd like to send a thank you out to everyone who has subscribed over the last couple hours here. We do appreciate it. Got a few more shows going on this season, so please hit that subscribe button to stay up to date on everything NDBowlTV related. And again, we'll be giving away a few more Storm High Performance Bowling Balls on our Facebook page. So be sure to head on over to NDBowling.com on Facebook and hit the like button. Oh, nice shot there from Adam. Adam still has a 230 possibility up there. That should get him back to even on the scratch side of things. I don't know if what Adam's getting for, I believe he gets four pins a game for his handicap, so a good score there. Tori asked, does this live stream only follow certain lanes, or is there any way to watch other lanes? Unfortunately, we only have the one camera. I do not have the capabilities of some of the bigger live streams, so we do apologize. If there is a certain bowler you would like to know how they're doing, just let us know. I do have scores through Game 2. And just by your last name, I believe there is a Joel Hatton bowling at the moment. And he is on the pair to our left, so he will be on our featured pair in Game 4 here, coming up next. Joseph Hatton had scored a 137 and a 153 the first two games. After two games is in 54th place. Has a 139 here in Game 3, and he'll be on our featured pair here in Game 4. Darren Weiler, thank you for tuning in. And Darren, I was wondering that, is his name actually Aiden? Because they have him on the scoreboard as Adam, so. I remember him bowling in the youth tournament out in Alexandria, and I feel like I kept thinking his name was Aiden and not Adam, so maybe it's just a typo. It is good, so I wasn't just thinking things. Andy says, what is Stickler sitting at? Are you referring to Jesse Sickler or are you referring to someone else? Let us know. I do not believe Jesse is bowling at the moment. And that is the conclusion of Game 3 here on our featured pair, heading into Game 4. So players will move around briefly. Andy, you want to know how Jesse's doing? Let me take one more look. I have not seen him today, so I do not believe he is in the building. But again, I could be wrong. There's a lot of people here today. I do not see Jesse on the standings, so he could be back at Williston and working. Looks like a nice game over on 9 and 10 by Cairo Scott. His second ball going down in the 10th. He strikes that one. He's got 249 left if he strikes here the last ball in the 10th. So starting that game 21 under, he will go to the plus category. And let's look. Cairo Scott gets 4 pins per game, so he'll be sitting in good shape after 3 games. We will see him in our next game as well.
Count myself at the ball on 8.
Brett still has his ball saved on his phone.
All right, just a brief delay here while players move on to our featured pair, and we'll be underway with game number 4. Where's Blake at? Blake did tell me he will not be on our featured pair. I believe he started down on 5 and 6, 3 and 4, and he'll be moving left the entire time. So he's going to jump the house here, I think, after game 3, and he'll be down by lane 30 and finish on somewhere 17 through 24, I believe, something like that. How is Josh doing? Are we referring to Josh Craig, or are we referring to, I think there's like 5 or 6 Joshes here today. Let's see. I only have scores after 2 games. We just finished our 3rd game, so we should get scores in about 15 minutes or so. Looking through the standings here so far, Josh Craig after 2 was at 417 and in 7th place. If that's the one you were referring to, okay. And I do believe Josh is going to be starting game number 4 on 9 and 10. So Josh will be on our featured pair in game number 5. He is currently sitting at 610 after 3, so he must have shot a 194 that game, 193. Well, looks like we're underway here on game 4 on our featured pair. Again, if you're just joining us, we will be live at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout right here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks, where we will give you wall-to-wall coverage for the first time ever, from the first shot in qualifying all the way until a champion is crowned on Sunday. One of the biggest tournaments of the year, so please hit that subscribe button. Stay up to date on everything NDBowlTV for that show. Andy says, what's the leader after 2? After 2, Wade Scott with 461 is the leader. Chris Kuhl in 2nd at 458, and Jamie Craig in 3rd at 439. Randy Peterson was in 4th at 431, but I did catch the tail end of a 270 game by Randy Peterson there in game 3. So he is currently about 110 over, and I would be willing to bet he is the leader in the game 3 sheet, but we will find that out momentarily. Again, if you're just joining us, we are bowling on a 2.43 to 1 ratio oil pattern, which is a pretty flat pattern, fairly difficult. It's a 42-foot pattern, 29 mils. You will likely see a version of this in 3 weeks at the Morris. Something similar was put out for this tournament last year, and Mike Green was the winner at 22-18. A lot of events going on today, a full slate of NFL games. The FCS Championship is going on. What's the score of that one? Is it 7-7? Is that what I see? TV's pretty far away, but I will be cheering for North Dakota State, as I am an NDSU alum. Always nice to see a rivalry game in the title game there. Let us know, who are you cheering for today? Rough break there for Mr. Scott. That was a good shot. Fortunately left the 7-pin on that one. And followed by a good break by Max. Yeah, it looks like the entire house is now on game number 4, so momentarily I'm sure Rory will be by with a standing update. Again, this is a 10-game tournament with just the overall pin total winning. There is no step ladder or anything after that. Did notice that both the Canadian team trials and the U.S. Team USA trials all concluded in the last couple days. Big shout out to everyone who made their respective teams, whether it be here in the U.S., up in Canada on the adult or junior teams. Manitoba Open champion Mitch Hoope took out the Canadian team trials, took home the gold medal there, and will make the team once again. I know down at the U.S. team trials, they have the overall tournament winner. They have a U.S. amateur winner. That doesn't include the pros. Thought I read Brandon Bone took home the men's side of the U.S. amateur. Which would be pretty crazy considering he's won back-to-back junior gold titles as well. I did see Jacob Budruff and Brianna Klemmer won the overall titles. A lot of good bowling going on.
I don't want to lose my seat, so but I'm going to move next. I got your phone and shoot cover.
Just about a split conversion there for Austin. Saw a pin come up from the back, didn't quite catch the 7 though. Rodney Holm, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate the kind words. In all honesty, I'd rather be bowling right now, but if I can't bowl, I might as well bring the setup to North Hill Bowl and provide coverage of the 10-game marathon. Because let's face it, I'd be up here watching anyways. Might as well enjoy it with all of you in chat. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Yeah, we're in game 4 of 10. In for the long haul today. We're about 3.5 games in, and it's been almost 3 hours now. So I'm guessing we're going to be here till roughly 5, 6 o'clock. Which makes it a little challenging for the staff here at North Hill Bowl, as I do believe there is a Sunday night league here on the low end of the house. Connor Allen says, good thing I never bowled this. My slow start would come back and bite me in this. Well, you never know. I mean, it's both a good thing and a bad thing, because there are 10 games, so you kind of have the time to make up for any bad games in this one. And with the pattern being a little more challenging, I think you have some time to make up for any bad ones. Is Matt Small in bowling today? He is, and after 2 games, he went 187, 166, and was in 58th place. So a slow start for Matt, but I do expect that to change as we go. I do not have a sheet after 3 games, but I do believe Randy Peterson will be the tournament leader at roughly 110 over, unless I missed a big game from someone somewhere in the building. Unfortunately, we will not see Randy on our featured pair today, as he started on 15 and 16, and he will be moving right, so he'll finish somewhere on 1 through 8. Well, how's everyone doing today? Let us know where you're tuning in from. Do appreciate everyone tuning in today and keeping me company as I am flying solo in the booth this afternoon. Game number 4. Looks like players down on the high end of the house are just wrapping up game number 4. Getting towards the end of the game here in front of us and to the left. Watching from the ice house, well, I do appreciate it. There's a lot of those out here. I'm sure Lake Sakakawea is full of them, Lake Audubon. A lot of lakes around here. Sure, it's a pretty good day to be out there. I thought it was pretty clear out today. Good for all the players driving into Minot. Just scanning around here, it looks like Chris Charles has a pretty decent game going over on 9 and 10. Josh Craig just had a 4-bagger, 9 count in the 10th. Looks like he will have 187 with a conversion. Nice save there as he had 3 opens in the first 6 frames. So nice little 4-bagger to save out a 187. That'll put him at -3. We will see him here on our featured pair next game. Chris Charles has 260 or 270 left entering the 10th, so a big game there. He is entering the game -71, so this is the kind of game that can turn the event around for him. Again, the pattern out here is not easy, so if you're watching at home and you're thinking maybe they're not throwing it where they should, well, it's mostly the pattern is what's going on here. You got to be pretty precise to score on this. Generally speaking, you're going to see some lower scores on this pattern. You will find those players who will excel if they can get into their wheelhouse, so to speak. But for the most part, games around 190 to 200 are going to be good for the tournament. Handicap in this event is 80% of 210. The running totals you see there for everyone are scratch scores, so while you do see a 406 up there, I do believe that person will have handicaps, so that is not their actual tournament score. Is this a test pattern for the CMA in 3 weeks or no? I believe it will be similar to what you see here. They normally put out the pattern to kind of see how it breaks down and how the scoring pace goes at this event, and then maybe tweak it here or there for the Morris in 3 weeks. Need a good mental game on all these kind of shots. Can't let the bag shots get to you. That is exactly right. And the beauty of this tournament is that there's 10 games, so you can afford yourself a bad game or two and still make a run at the win. How many of you watching are planning on going out to the USBC Open this season in Reno for the men, and I believe it's Vegas for the women? Let us know, and I guess if you're a junior bowler, do you plan on heading out to Junior Gold in July? For those on the Open side, I guess it's not the men, it's the Open, since everyone can bowl that one. Are you excited to head back to Reno? As for a while there, we were all going to Reno for, I think it was 4 out of 6 years. And the last time it was supposed to be in Reno was the COVID year where they canceled the Open Championship. So finally this season, we are heading back to the National Bowling Stadium. From what I hear, Reno is getting quite a bit of snow, rain, any kind of precipitation, so to speak. Is that part of California and into Nevada? Which I believe is much needed, but maybe not all at once. Getting asked, are you covering the Manitoba Open next weekend? Unfortunately, we are not. I know we have had talks with the staff up there in past years about maybe coming back. We haven't been up to Manitoba since the season before COVID, so I would like to go back up there at some point. There's always a great tournament to cover on NDBowlTV, and a great tournament to bowl as well. They have a new format going on up there where they have a shift on Friday night and 2 shifts on Saturday, which allows re-entries, and then they take the top so many to the next day for match play. So a great tournament up there. Defending champion Mitch Hoope may or may not be there, fresh off his win at the Canadian Team Trials over the course of the last week. Terry says watching from Bullhead City, Arizona. Has family living in Minot. Yeah. I do appreciate you tuning in. I can imagine down in Arizona it's pretty dry. I can assure you we cannot see the grass right now. There is a lot of snow outside. Another good game there for Cairo Scott. He is now 60 over. So look for him to move up the standings there. He gets 4 pins per game, and he was already in 21st place after 2, and he just went back-to-back 230s. So I expect a big jump for him in the standings. We never got a Game 3 update, so maybe they're just waiting for Game 4 to go through, but we will have an update on scores momentarily. Again, I appreciate everyone tuning in from wherever you are at. We have had a lot of new subscribers here today, which we greatly appreciate. Thank you for tuning in and sharing the stream with everyone you know on social media. Again, our biggest show of the year is in 3 weeks, right back here at North Hill Bowl for the 20th annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, where we will cover every ball thrown from the first ball in qualifying until we crown a champion on Sunday. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and we'll go live Sunday the 28th at 11 a.m. Central Time for complete coverage of that tournament, where there will be some excitement on Saturday's qualifying round, and the first 300 game bowl will get the 300 game pot that is currently over $3,000, since it hasn't been won in many years, and Farmers Union Insurance here in Minot donates $300 per season for that pot, and it just carries over year after year if it's not won. I don't know if it's currently at 3,300, 3,600, something like that, but it's a pretty big side pot to win if you come on out here and shoot 300 game in qualifying of the Morris. Sean, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Suppose we need to update our graphics here. We are currently on game 5. Game 5 of 10. We have reached the midway point here, our tournament this afternoon. Again, I don't have scores past game 2, so once we get our next sheet, whether it'll be game 3 or game 4, we'll get you caught up on all the scores. Chris Charles, fresh off a 240, 250 game there. The last game is now 13 under here on our featured pair. Josh Craig currently 3 under, and then Jaden Roller is 7 under. Again, these are scratch scores. This is a handicap tournament. Handicap is 80% of 210. And those handicaps are not factored into the totals you see on the screen, so the running totals that we get will likely be different than you see. Are they bowling on a specific pattern? Yes, they are, and we will flash it up on the screen here after this shot by Josh. Okay, we are bowling on a 42-foot pattern that I believe that they had made from Kegel. Just about 29 mils. The ratio is 2.43 to 1. So fairly difficult, but there are some players that are definitely finding their way. As Randy Peterson was about 110 over after 3 games. He has now moved out of our view. I don't know what he had game 4, but I do believe he was right around the lead, if not the leader, after game 3. I do see a lot of players that are fairly close to even. Cairo Scott is here at 60 over. Pair to our left, Jamie Craig is at 53 over. Again, the only scores I see up on the screen are scratch scores, so there may be some handicap players who are plus as well with their handicap. Again, it's a field of 84 today. All these players are bowling across, I believe, maybe 30 of the 40 lanes here at North Hill Bowl. Shot there for Chris. Looks like he's pretty lined up now, just 13 under, so in good shape for the tournament. Looks like our next game we will have defending champion Mike Green on our featured pair, although it does not look like he's doing very well this game and struggling for the tournament. But just like that, we have a game, would be game 4 update. So tournament leader after game 4 is Chris Kuhl at 939. In second is Randy Peterson at 913. Ryan Krabenoft has made his way into the top 5, going 235, 279 the last 2 games. He's at 103 over. And then Sarah Beck in 4th at 885. Cairo Scott has moved up into 5th at 876, and all these scores are inclusive of handicap. Jamie Craig in 7th at 53 over. Jaden Roller in 8th at 41 over. Wade Scott in 9th at 19 over. Tatum Lee in 10th at 15 over. And as it sits, Josh Craig at 3 under. So Jason Van Fiersen at 5 over is in 12th. So there are only 12 players that are currently plus overall. If we look down towards that 25th place, again, I don't know how many they're paying today, but with 84 spots, you got to imagine it's anywhere from 20 to 25. Derek Jackson is in 25th, and that is currently at 39 under. So gives you a little idea of the scoring pace at the moment. Sean says lane 13 just threw a backup. That's how Alex bowls. Alex Rath has always kind of been a backup bowler, as far as I've known him anyways. But in all reality, can you blame him? I mean, if I could play over there, I would too. In fact, I have a 14-pounder that I'm drilling to bowl left-handed since I am currently injured and can't bowl right-handed. So we'll see how it is on the left side. Hello from Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria. Hello, Michael. Thank you for tuning in. We do love Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria. We enjoy going there every year for the youth tournament in August. Can't wait to go back this season. Sean says his Bless his son being a lefty. Yeah, you are blessed. I keep hoping either of my daughters are left-handed for the same reason, whether they bowl or not. But time will tell. They're still too young to know for sure. And speaking of that youth tournament in Alexandria, Jaden's one of those players we see there quite often. It's been a pleasure being able to see the growth in his game over the years. I believe we've been down in Alexandria for that tournament, I believe 6 years now. So a lot of those players are starting to make their way into the adult ranks and at more of the tournaments that we cover in the area. Again, if you're looking for a tournament to bowl, head on over to NDBowling.com and click on the upcoming events page. We have quite a few events happening over the course of the next few months and happening all over the area. We got the Manitoba Open next weekend up in Winnipeg. A couple weeks after that, there is a doubles tournament in Williston. There's also a bracket tournament, a 64-person double elimination bracket tournament at Red Ray Lanes in Grand Forks. And then a couple weeks after, or the week after that, is the Morris here in Minot. Week after that is the KFYR TV Bowling Classic at Midway Lanes in Mandan. And of course, you got the Shervin Scratch Singles Tournament in Aberdeen, which is a favorite among a lot of the locals around here. That tournament is in mid-February. And then the season's final major, I don't know if you'd call it our flagship event, the NDBowling.com Classic, which is happening the first weekend in March. So a lot of exciting tournaments. We will be broadcasting live here at North Hill Bowl for the Morris, and then we will be live streaming from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead the first weekend in March for the NDBowling.com Classic. So a lot of good bowling coming up. Please hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you haven't already. We do appreciate all the help. Are you able to post scores on Facebook or have Rory post them to Facebook? I do believe if you go to the North Hill Bowl or the North Hill Bowl Pro Shop page, they may or may not have them posted. I'm not sure on that. If there's a certain player you would like to know their scores, I can let you know. I have through 4 games in front of me. I just not quite able to read off all 84 names, unfortunately. But would definitely let you know if your favorite bowler is how they're doing at the moment. Andy asks, is the ND Bowling Classic open to everyone, or do you have to qualify? That is open to everyone. I do believe we just got the poster completed, and we'll have the poster posted on our Facebook page and on the upcoming events page on ndbowling.com here probably next week. That is an open tournament, open to the first, I believe it's 96 paid entries. So once we get that poster out, feel free to call Sunset Lanes to get on the list. And as is the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here in 3 weeks, that is also an open tournament. Just call the staff here at North Hill Bowl to get on the list for that one as well. Again, they have a 300 game pot that is north of $3,000 at the moment. So if you shoot a 300 game in qualifying, you could walk away with more than everyone except the winner, which is pretty crazy. That pot has not been won in several years. And just looking around, I do believe current tournament leader Chris Kuhl is on 5 and 6, and he is on the right lane. So 5, 6, 7, we will see him game 8 on our featured pair. Couple decent games going here right in front of us. Peyton Beater also has a great game going with just the one open there, working on a 4-bagger. Josh Craig looking to rebound after the open in the 6th. Nice shot there by Ron Fettig, a veteran in the area. I want to say he's in the North Dakota Bowling Hall of Fame, I do believe. I feel like he's won a KFYR TV Bowling Classic title. Not sure on the year, but I'm pretty sure he's got one of those. Looks like Big Country Ryan Krabenoff on 15 and 16 is going to finish out his 5th game. He did spare that in the 10th. If he strikes, he has 199. He went into that game in 3rd place. 199 is a game that definitely will not hurt you on this pattern and in this format. Looks like Chris Charles right in front of us is going to move his way into plus territory with a decent game here. Oh, good break there for a double for Josh. It looked like it might be a supernova. Not quite sure though. Let's see if I can get a peek at the ball as it comes through the ball return. Yeah, it appears to be a supernova. So I'd like to know from everyone in chat, when you're on a tough pattern, do you prefer ASIMs, symmetricals? Is there a certain shape you like to see? I know personally I like to keep the ball in front of me. Not too much left to right motion. But you never know. Other people have had success with different pieces. I know on heavy volume patterns when they're tough, I do like to have an asymmetrical ball that doesn't quite hockey stick off the end of the pattern, maybe gets a little more of a forward roll to it, keep the ball in play, that sort of thing. A lot of strikes starting to show up here on our featured pair. And I do faintly see tournament leader Chris Kuhl with a 151 this game, so he's going to come back to the field a little bit. He did have a 26-pin lead going into that game. Michael Wolf says, I used to bowl at the Sunset Lanes, the Bowler, West Acres Bowl, and Cheyenne Lanes in the 70s. Very nice. Those would all be in the Fargo-Moorhead area. I bowl at Sunset Lanes quite often. I haven't been to the Bowler or West Acres bowling there in quite some time since my home base is here in Minot for the last about 10 years now. Nice shaker strike there for Craig. Nice little bounce back game for him. Get back into plus territory. Likewise for Jaden. One more strike here and he'll be into plus territory as well. Starting to see the lanes start to open up a little bit on the right side. Not sure about the left, if maybe they're starting to hit their transition here, games 5 and 6. Hard to say, but I have seen about 5 or 6 lefties come across our area here. Not sure how many we're down on the high end at the moment, but and gets the messenger. Nice shot. .232 for Josh Craig. Gets him to 29 over. Pretty good shape. Considering only 12 people were plus going into that game. Definitely going to add a few more this game. Chris Gould sitting here, not Chris Gould, Chris Charles. Chris Gould is down on 5 and 6. Chris Charles right in front of us. Still has 290 left. Right after shooting 250, so could go 140 over in back-to-back games here. A good place to do it, especially if you're into the side brackets and all the side pot stuff. I do know this tournament has a scratch option for all those scratch bowlers, or they'll just rank all the scratch scores and pay out accordingly. Probably some of the best scores we've seen on our featured pair so far, as quite a few games over 200. Nice game by Peyton Beater. Going to be in the 240s, which will get her to about 50 or 40 or some under. Let's see, and she gets 12 sticks a game, so she'll be in really good shape. She'll be back to plus with this game. Chris Charles now up on lane 11, frame 10. Still 290 possible. And the Booth jinx comes through there. Misses the head pin completely. Another great shot by Peyton, 247. Gets her to minus 44. And then add in the 60 pins of handicap, plus 16. So sitting in pretty good shape. Jaden Roller will be at -2 after this game. Let's look and see where he was. Jaden Roller gets, looks like 12 a game, 12 per game. So he is in really good shape. Yeah, while we have a brief minute in between games, I would like to remind everyone that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network this season. Thank you to everyone out in Utah for supporting us. We do appreciate it greatly. Again, our next tournament will be in 3 weeks right here at North Hill Bowl for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the 20th annual, where we will provide wall-to-wall coverage starting with the first ball in qualifying on Saturday all the way through the final ball in the stepladder finals. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, and we will go live at 11 a.m. on Saturday the 28th. Again, you can connect with us on social media, Facebook, Twitter. Please hit the thumbs up button on your YouTube player. Subscribe if you haven't already. Again, I'm Darren Cini, and you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Live coverage of the 47th annual 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. As we will now enter game number 6. Looks like their total with handicap is added on the score. Yes, per game. So the game total you can see there with handicap, but that grand total does not include handicap. I'm hearing a lot of clapping down there, and it appears as though Eric Nelson, looks like Eric Nelson with a big score. Not sure what that score is, but we will pass it on when we know. But normally that kind of an applause usually means 300, which just goes to show it is possible on this pattern. So if you do that at the Morris, you could be $3 grand, north of $3 grand richer. So that is confirmed, a 300 game by Eric Nelson. Game number 5. Let's see where he was. He was in 18th place going into that game at minus 18. So he is now plus 82. And definitely going to be in that top 10, perhaps top 5 now. So they're definitely starting to crack open a little bit on the right side, as we're seeing some pretty big games hold this game. Hope everyone tuning in is having a great Sunday afternoon. A lot going on with live bowling, full slate of football games. And we were just Just waiting for the completion of the pair to our right, so those players can rotate over to our pair. And the way it looks like our featured pair might end up being one of the last ones done as we progress towards the evening. So hopefully we will know within due time who will take home the title, as well as what that score will be. As many of you know, we are giving away a Storm Fate on our Facebook page. We ran a Guess the Score contest. Whoever could guess the winner's score here today at the 10-game marathon will take home a Storm Fate. We'll be running a similar contest, if you will, on our Facebook page the week of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, so just in 2 weeks. So make sure you head on over to Facebook, find the NDBowling.com page, hit that like button, and we will post all the contest details here in a couple weeks. Still deciding what ball we are going to give away for that one. Thinking one of the new releases, the Absolute or the Revenant. So stay tuned. And for those wondering, a complete sheet has been posted by Jeff Craig on his personal Facebook page. So if you're looking for complete scores, just go find Jeff on Facebook. He's got that posted. Yeah, it looks like this game we will have Jamie Craig, Mike Green's son Brady, Keith Miller. What else do we got here? Looks like Scott Knox. Jamie Craig enters this game 26 over. Defending champion Mike Green is minus 136. Struggling a little bit today. midway through game number 6. Jamie Craig with the front 5 here right in front of us. Looks like Ryan Krabenoft with the front 5 to the right. Scores are starting to materialize here as the day goes on. Pattern tends to open up a little bit more. All right, how's everyone doing today? We're just a few minutes shy of the 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Game number 6 here at the 10-game marathon. We should have a scoring update here soon. Looks like a couple pairs are already through their 6th game, around 17 through 20. Looks like a minor issue here on our featured pair. Hopefully it's not anything bad and we'll be able to continue here on this pair, but we will see. Perhaps just a pin needs to be spotted. Or a ball is stuck, something along those lines. Looking over here on lane 13, Ryan Krabanoff is about to finish off a 279 game. Sitting at 102 over, he will then move to 181 over with a strike here. And he gets it, so 181 over. For Ryan Krabanoff. And I am seeing the after Game 4 standings are currently posted on the North Hill Bowl Facebook page. So head on over to North Hill Bowl on Facebook for Game 4 scores. Looking down on 15 and 16, I see Cairo Scott was 83 over. And is now still he has 235 left going into the 10th. Appears as so there's another lane breakdown down there on 7 and 8, as you can see. Jeff Craig down there under the, appears to be just a problem with the sweep perhaps. So some minor hiccups here at the moment, but nonetheless we'll be on our way. It looks like 7 and 8 are currently only in the 4th frame, so I do expect some sort of a delay to make its way towards our featured pair here going forward. Considering down on 19 and 20, they are actively bowling the first frame of game number 7 it would be, and on 7 and 8 they're still in the 4th frame of game 6. So eventually this will catch up to the rest of the house. I see a pretty decent string of strikes down on 1 and 2, and I'm not sure if it's, let's see. It is Jeremiah Smith, so I do believe Jeremiah Smith has the front 8 perhaps on 1 and 2. So some big games happening Jamie Craig still has 2:55 left. Again, still working on 7 and 8, so as we finish up game number 6 in front of us, the pair to our left will not start for quite some time, so we will have a little bit of break in the action, but nonetheless, we will still be here for the duration of the event, so sit tight. Nice game there by Jamie Craig, 244. It looks like Keith Miller is going to be in the 220s. So a couple good games here right in front of us. The big game I see still was the Ryan Krabanoff 279 on the pair to our right. It appears as though most of the lanes to our right are beginning their 7th game. And then all the pairs to the left are still in their 6th game. I do believe well, the rough day for Mike Green continues. 174 will definitely not the day he wanted, but nonetheless, he gets to bowl a tournament with his son, so still a good day if you ask me. Looks as though they have successfully fixed the sweep issue on 7 and 8. It still looks like it's kind of jumpy a little bit, but maybe it's a temporary fix just to get through the tournament. We'll see. Well, it appears Jeff is giving them an opportunity to throw a shot or two on that pair if they want to, since they've been waiting a little bit. So props to the staff here at Northville Bowl. All right, everyone in chat, you kind of got a little quiet here. Is everyone still there? You guys busy watching all the football games finish up as it is towards the end of the early games today? Things don't look too good for the Bison, as I kind of expected. They were very injury-ridden going in, and I do believe the South Dakota State Jackrabbits are the better team this year, as they have shown most of the year. But you can't win them all, right? And looking down now, it appears as though Jeremiah Smith is up in the 10th, working on the front 9. Again, this is on 1 and 2, so we can't quite see it very well. First shot underway, he gets that one. So that is the front 10 for Jeremiah Smith on 1 and 2. Looking to shoot the second 300 game of the event today, which makes me think there's a good possibility that that 300 game pot could go out at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here in 3 weeks. Okay, Jeremiah Smith on the approach, working on the front 10. Currently on lane 2. That looked pretty good. So there's 11. Jeremiah Smith now going for perfect 300 on lane 2. All right, Jeremiah Smith up on the approach, working on the front 11. Short-armed it, but it's good. 300 game for Jeremiah Smith on lane 2. So another 300 game here at the 10-game marathon. Congratulations to him. And again, if you're just joining us, we had a lane breakdown on 7 and 8, and they are currently in the fifth or sixth frame of Game 6, where the rest of the house has completed their 6 games. So they're going to be a little bit behind. We're going to have a little bit of a delay going forward as they will be moving kind of towards our featured pair. But we will be underway shortly here, probably with game number 7 in front of us, and then there will probably be a slight delay after that. Looks like I have some visitors. Let's see if this will work. I'd like to welcome everyone into the booth. You can't quite see them, but my family's here. Come here. Say hi.
Hi.
Can you say hi into the mic?
Hi.
This would be my daughter, Aaliyah, my wife, Sarah, and daughter, Reagan.
Can I do it?
What do you want to say?
I love you.
Yeah.
So can I say that in your mic?
Sure. What do you want to say?
I love you.
Yeah, Daddy loves you too. Say hi.
Hi. That's where it goes.
All right, we'll get back to the action, but that is my family. Say hi, everybody. Jonathan Domingo, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. Can you say hi? Good job. Everybody meet my daughter, Reagan. She is 1. Hello. Say hi. They came to visit me today, keep me company here in the booth. Again, we are in game number 7. We can switch that graphic up for everyone here. Appreciate everyone tuning in, and if you would, please hit that like button and subscribe button, as it helps us quite a bit. I do appreciate all the new subscribers who have come in today. We are fast approaching 1,700 subscribers, so that is great. Currently at 1,688, so we need 12 more subscribers to hit 1,700. And again, we are celebrating our 10th season here at NDBowling.com. Again, we are underway with game number 7. As you see, Ryan Krabenoff up on the left lane, lane 11, fresh off 279, excuse me, and is now 181 over. I would like to make a shout out to Country, Ryan Krabenoff, who we call Country, as he was so kind as to make a donation to the website this year. Again, those aren't expected, but definitely appreciated. We were able to get a little bit new equipment thanks to his very generous and kind donation. So, Country, if you watch this later, I do appreciate you and thank you for all you've done. Oh, my daughter wants to be on cam, so here we go. Ready? Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Do you have anything you want to say to YouTube?
Yes.
What do you want to say?
I love you.
I'm sure they love you too. Say bye. Have a nice day.
Bye. Have a nice day.
Oh, love kids, right?
What's up, Lucy? What's up, Lucy?
right, how's everyone doing here on our featured pair? I know we had some Ron Zutz fans looking to see if he would bowl. He is currently on our featured pair and has a pretty good game going. Ryan Krabanoff looking at 1381 at the moment, so 181 over, in really good shape. Do we have any Bears fans in the chat? The Bears were the real winners today by virtue of their loss and the Texans defeating the Colts. The Bears, I believe, will now have the #1 overall pick in the NFL draft. So the biggest winners of the losers, I guess. And while the game in front of us currently has only 4 players, they're going to be done with this game pretty quick. The pair to the left has not even started bowling yet, so we may adjust some cameras to give some bonus coverage of the pair to the right, perhaps, or else wait patiently, I guess. We'll see. Connor Allen asking who's leading. Well, we're currently, in front of us, we're currently on game 7. But the pair on 7 and 8, there was a breakdown. They're currently still in game 6. I have not seen an update for game 5 yet, but through 4 games, Chris Kuhl was leading at 9:39. Randy Peterson second at 9:13, and Ryan Krabanoff in third at 9:03. And as you see in front of us, he shot 279 in game number 6. So he's 181 over, and I do believe that is leading. But in game 6, we also had a 300 game by Jeremiah Smith. And let's see where he was sitting at the moment. Going into game 5, Jeremiah Smith was in 26th at 41 under. So depending on what he did game 5, he is more than likely to be in plus territory. So he'll be in good shape there. But I do believe Ryan Krabanoff is going to be your leader at the moment at 181 over. And he is up now on the left lane of our featured pair. back here when you're done.
Huh?
Come back. We'll talk for a little bit after you're done with this game.
Oh boy.
It's not that hard.
Need to go find a CD cream or something in my bag. I gotta go see if I have anything in my bag.
All right, so a 190 game for Ryan Krabanoff. That'll move him to 171 over. If I look over to 15 and 16, Chris Charles has got 250 left entering the 9th, and he's 125 over. So he's in really good shape as well. Cairo Scott looks like he's still got 240 left going into the 10th frame of his game on 17 and 18. So some big games all around us. Looks like Chris Kuhl is going to finish game 6 over on 7 and 8 with a 209. That'll move him to 99 over. And again, they're about a game behind from the field. And there's been people waiting to start bowling on 9 and 10 for quite a while, and on 5 and 6, I suppose. So there'll definitely be a delay going forward, but we're going to try to get a word with Ryan Krabanoff here shortly. See what he has to say. I believe he is currently in the top 5 of the NDBowling.com Player of the Year standings. And like I mentioned earlier, he did make a generous donation to NDBowling.com, which helped us purchase some new equipment for the stream, and we do appreciate that greatly. So we might have a word with him shortly. Ron Zutz now up on lane 12, going to finish off what appears to be 220 game here, depending on the count, and that'll be a 220. So a good game for Ron Zutz. That gets him to 1359 and 41 under then through 7 games, which is still pretty good. Probably right around that cashing line at the moment. All right. Can you hear me?
A little bit
A little bit? How about now?
better.
Okay. All right, let's welcome into the booth Country. Ryan Krabanoff, how are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Been better? Your knee doesn't feel good? Is that what's going on?
Yep, I limped through that 190 there. I think the next few games I'll be standing farther left with a better ball.
Yeah, is that what you're going to have to do? Looks like you got a little bit of a weight in front of you. We had a breakdown on 7 and 8.
I fully appreciate that after
Yeah.
putting BioFreeze on my knee.
See, I'm one of those guys that I don't like to stop. You know, I think it makes it worse when I wait. But so you had a 279 here on, what was it, 13 and 14?
Yep.
You move over here to 11 and 12. You shoot 190. Your knee starts to bother you a little bit. What do you got? 3 games left?
Yep.
And what's the game plan going forward? I got to imagine you're close to the top.
I'm 171 up, I think, right now. A couple 279s. Just before you seen that 279, I think I had a 199 and a 279 before that. So I guess my game plan to start was was throwing the ghost 15 to 8 roughly, and then kind of sat even for the first 2. Then I kind of went to Jackal Legacy, a little more mid-range solid to pick up a little sooner, and that got me that 235, 279. And then I just, instead of moving left where it's more over-under for me, I guess I moved right with Mythic Jackal, more Pearl, I guess.
Yep.
So that's kind of how I finished that 279, and I'm fairly happy with a 190 when pain set in the third frame.
Absolutely. I know what that's like. So you got 3 games left. Very good opportunity to once again, be around the top of the scoreboards here at North Hill Bowl, as you and Randy took down doubles back in November right here in this building, didn't you?
Yep.
So it's been a good year for you. You've been bowling really well. It's awesome. You still have your Titan games going on down there. Like what's some of the things you have going on in Fargo at the moment?
We got the 9-pin no-tap tournament going to start on February 11th, which is also a Veteran Showcase Day. So both the Veterans Honor Flight will be represented and the Brady Oberg Legacy Foundation. So we'll have 2 showcase days for that, which will be February 11th and March 25th.
Okay.
That's just extra prizes. I'll probably give top cash for the top scorers for that day. Silent auction will be that day, 50-50 raffles. And I've accumulated enough balls to probably do a ball raffle of some sort.
Very nice. And that'll all be at Sunset Lanes?
That'll be all at Sunset Lanes.
Perfect.
Yep. And it'll go for 16 consecutive weekends, I guess, starting February 11th. But yeah, it'll be a good kickoff day for that.
Yeah, so if you're in the area of Fargo Moorhead, head on over to Sunset Lanes. And what days are those on again? Start
February 11th.
February 11th, and then it's, what did you say, 16 consecutive weeks?
Yep.
Very nice. So a lot going on down there. There's something for everyone, so head on over to NDBowling.com. We'll have to find a way to get that onto our upcoming events page. I don't know how we'll present it being 16 consecutive weeks, but we'll have to find a way to get that on there.
Yep. You got a tab on the bottom for multiple weekends or something like that.
Yeah, we could put that down there. We mentioned earlier, again, thank you for the kind donation. We've been able to upgrade some things here for the show, and I just want to tell you in person, I do appreciate that. Thank you very much, and good luck with all the tournaments. Good luck in this tournament the rest of the way. Hopefully we'll see you here.
We'll hope I can stay even and hold the 170 lead.
Yeah.
It might not be the full lead right now. There's a Jeremiah Smith just capped off a 300 here last game, and Eric Nelson had a 300 the game before. So.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a score update since the Game 4 sheet, and I'm sure they'll send me one now that they finished Game 6, so I'll probably see another sheet here shortly.
Yep.
But a lot of things are up in the air as far as the lead goes. But good luck going forward. Hopefully the knee holds off for another 3 games, 4 games for you, whatever it is you guys have left. And then
nothing like getting extra medicines from those that have encountered that. John Breckel or Jay Fettig here.
Yeah, they just recently had meniscus surgery, didn't they? Hopefully that's not in your future, but if it is, best of luck.
The no slide is catching up to me.
Yeah. Is that what it is? Do you think that's what caused it?
Oh, yeah, I don't slide, yeah. 350 pounds probably doesn't help, too, when I'm trying to stop a locomotive engine.
I will say I've tried throwing left-handed since I can't bowl right-handed at the moment, I've been trying to throw left-handed, and my shoes don't slide on the right foot. So I've been going through the same thing, and I have some shoes on the way to slide on my right foot. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I can't imagine bowling my whole
I'll
career
have to get
without
rid of
it.
my Goodyear rubber slide then.
Yeah, right. You have the maximum stop on yours.
I do.
Yep, the T2. Yeah. If I used a T2, I would be on the lane, and I would need knee surgery the next day.
Yeah, I am starting to understand my choices as we speak. I think the biofreeze is kicked in, but I also haven't thrown a ball for 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, good luck. You got 8 more frames to wait before you even get on the approach. So I can't imagine. But thank you to Ryan Krabanoff for joining us for a brief moment. Good luck the rest of the way. Again, thank you for the donation. We got a brand new mixer on the way, which is pretty awesome. So thanks again. Good luck, and we'll see you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Ryan Krabanoff, everyone.
Let's go do some walking.
Yeah, loosen up the knee. Again, we have a brief delay here as the folks on 9 and 10 are currently only in the 3rd frame. So I'm going to move the cameras over. Hopefully we can catch those on 9 and 10 bowling for the time being, and then we'll move it back over for game number 8 here on our featured pair. But for the time being, we'll just take a look over here on 9 and 10. Do apologize for, we're not going to have scores at the moment, but once they get back over here to 11 and 12, we will be back on with the scores. All right, we have a Game 6 update for scores. And as expected, Ryan Krabanoff is in the lead, 1381. He's got a 61-pin lead over Cairo Scott, who is in second at 1320. Jeremiah Smith, on the heels of a 248 in Game 5 and a 300 in Game 6, is now at 1307, so 107 over and in third place. Jason Van Persen in fourth at 1305. Chris Kuhl is in sixth at 1299. Eric Nelson, going 300 in Game 5, is now at 1280 and in sixth place. Jamie Craig in seventh at 1270. Sarah Beck is in eighth at 1266. Jaden Roller in ninth at 1253. And Randy Peterson rounds out the top 10 at 1244. And Randy did come down and say the approaches are quite tacky down on the high end of the house, so a lot of people are struggling. So that is currently what we know from going on down there. Again, we are currently looking over at 9 and 10 because nobody's bowling on 11 and 12. There was about a breakdown for about 2/3 of a game on 7 and 8. And that delay has kind of made its way to our featured pair. So we need the folks on 9 and 10 and 7, 8, 5, and 6 to all kind of catch up a little bit. And in the meantime, we'll give a little bit of bonus coverage over here on 9 and 10. And when we are finally able to move, we will rotate back over to 11 and 12 where we have our scores. But until then, this is about the best we could do. If you are watching, let us know where you are tuning in from. Again, thank you to all the new subscribers who have come in today. That is greatly appreciated. We have scores through 6, so if you want to know the scores of anyone in particular, please let me know. Again, we are in the middle of Game 7. There are a lot of lanes who are already bowling in their 8th game to the right of us, just because the breakdown hasn't quite reached them as far as the delay goes. So half the house is in the middle of Game 8. The other half is in the beginning or middle of Game 7. So we're kind of a little bit off from one end of the house to the other. But once they finish Game 7, we should have another update coming. That shot right there was from Chris Kuhl, who started off the day with 277. You finally turned it on the first thing here. His Country is leading. Yeah, Country has been very good this year, and he is currently leading by 60 pins, but he just shot 190 Game 7 and is currently has a little bit of a knee issue going on. He's pacing up and down the concourse here. And he won't be bowling until the pair we're looking at is done, which they're in the 5th frame due to a breakdown. Max wants Josh's scores. Let's see if we can find a score for Josh. Through 6, Josh Harms is in 18th place, currently at -8. He just shot 247 in Game 6 to bump all the way up there to 18th place at -8. So in really good shape. That is through 6 games. He could either be bowling his 8th game right now or midway through the 7th, depending on what end of the house you're on. And make a shout out to the Ken Fletcher in the chat room, as he is not with me here in the booth. I am flying solo today. Well, the question is, Ken, will you be here for the CMA? Do you plan on bowling, or are you going to join me in the booth for the entire event? Since we will be live streaming wall-to-wall coverage this season. And I will say we do have a brand new mixer to throw into the mix, so to speak. But we got to get that thing dialed in before we can use it on stream. We need to tweak some settings, and then we'll get that into play. So that'll be nice. Again, if you're just joining us, we are currently in a little bit of a delay. There is no bowling on our featured pair in front of us here on 11 and 12. So we moved the cameras over to see what's going on 9 and 10. There was a breakdown on lane 8 that lasted about 2/3 of a game. So there's a section of pairs here that are only about midway through or through the 7th frame of game number 6. So and Ken Fletcher says, as terrible as he bowls in the house, entire weekend of coverage sounds a lot less frustrating. I would agree. Although if I was able to bowl, just the idea of if you shoot 300, you make 3,600 or so dollars, whatever the pot is at right now, I would say that would entice me enough to enter the tournament. Unfortunately, I'm injured and I cannot bowl, so we are going to stream the entire tournament. So for those of you fans out there, please don't expect that to be the case every year, but for this year, since I am unable to bowl, I am opting to stream some more events on my own, just to give you guys more coverage of tournaments. So if you think we are streaming more than usual this year, that is probably why. Again, we have 84 entries here today for the 10-game marathon. We are in the middle of Game 7. Half the house is currently bowling Game 8, and there's one pair over here that is halfway through Game 8 already. So it's a full game difference from one end of the house to the other. But that's what happens with breakdowns. And we will do what we can in the meantime. Once they're done bowling on 9 and 10, then we will rotate our cameras back to 11 and 12, and we will be underway for the rest of the event. We are just past the 4 o'clock hour here in Minot. Just about 3.5 games to go, as Country's limping his way over here to 9 and 10 as the time draws near for him to get going again. As he hasn't bowled since, I would say, 20 to 4. It's been a good 20 minutes at least. Our current sub count here at NDBowlTV is up to 1,690, so we need 10 more of you to reach 1,700 subscribers. Do appreciate everyone that has tuned in today and has subscribed, as well as hit that like button, the thumbs up button, whatever you want to call it. We do appreciate it. Good shot for Chris Kuhl. That gives him a double up in the 9th, and he's got 112 in the 7th, so he still has 202 possible, which would get him to 101 over. And still in really good shape. Again, I got word from Randy Peterson that the approaches down on the high end of the house are extremely tacky. A lot of people are having a hard time sliding down there, and it's affecting a few people. And few players walking around patiently waiting for their time to bowl, because the current move here today is a left right move. So with the breakdown on 7 and 8, you had 1 or 2 pairs on either side of them are affected by the move and the breakdown. So that's kind of where we're at. There's currently no bowling going on 3 and 4, and then 5 through 10 are currently about frame 6 or 7 through game 7. Everyone else in the house is currently on game 8. Oh, looks like I have a guest joining me here for now. Let's see. Matt, can you hear me?
I got you.
Matt Smallin, everyone. I can tell just by essentially looking at you that you're quite frustrated today. What's been happening? I haven't talked to you.
It's been pretty bad. Basically, a little bit of indecision with equipment, followed by some bad shots, and yeah, missing spares. It's pretty much it's a multifaceted bad day.
Currently,
so far.
what are you sitting at?
I am at negative 83, I think, something like that.
Yikes.
Yep.
I mean, you're not totally out of it from what I see here in Game 6. If they pay out, have they put a payout on the tables yet?
I think they're paying 17.
They're only paying 17. Wow. All
I
right.
think it's 1 in 5.
1 in 5. Okay,
Yeah.
so Taylor Wallstrom at +3 is the cut to the money. You're not totally out of it. I know as the day goes on, the lanes kind of open up a little bit, perhaps. I know that's probably not where you want to play at the moment, but do you have any hope for the rest of the way? What do you got, 3 games left?
Yeah, 3 games left. Had a clean 212 last game, which was good.
That would have been Game 7 for you guys, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So that was good. Made a ball change. Pin started falling a little bit. I just made a pitch change in my thumb, which isn't in all my balls yet. And I kind of wish it was in this ball. But
So what change did you make?
I went an extra 1/8 left.
Okay.
'Cause now that I'm getting old, I'm losing.
Yeah, I feel that.
Some flexibility. So.
And so what essentially for those of us watching at home, like what does that essentially do for you?
So basically what that amounts to is when I move left and I start to circle the ball to get the ball to corner more, it makes it so that there's less pressure on my thumb joint at that time.
Sure.
But it's fine because if I'm going to stay up when I play right and I stay up the back of it, it's fine there too. But it's just a matter of when my thumb really hugs the left side of that thumb hole.
And so if we're looking here, left is that way.
Correct. Yep, it's
Yep.
away from your hand.
So pitching away from the hand is kind of helping relieve that pressure, so to speak, when you have to circle it from the inside. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
It's last couple of years getting way in and circling. It's been tough because my thumb starts to hurt.
Sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I was talking to Chris Charles about fit. He says nothing's ever perfect, and he's right. I mean,
Not wrong,
when
yeah.
you're a kid, everything's perfect. You can
Right.
get into everybody else's equipment and
Yep.
nothing, get it to come off and nothing matters. But yeah,
Yeah,
we're
good time.
35 now. So.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's old in our book, but probably not so old in a lot of other people. We got not necessarily a breakdown, but rack on 9, so they're waiting to clear that, but they're
Man,
they're at the
is-
10th frame.
That is interesting looking.
Yeah, it looks like the 5 pin almost moved back, or
Yeah,
what am I looking at?
it's literally the 8.5.
Let's see if it's in view. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there it
So
is.
there you go. The 5 looks like the 5 moved back to about between the 5 and the. Is it between the 5 and like the 9?
It looks to me like it's right between the 8 and the 9.
Yeah. So I guess you can judge for yourself the way that looks, but yeah, looking up and down the house here, there's one pair on 17 and 18 who they're about to finish their 8th game, and we still got pairs in their 7th game. So
Yeah.
they're when the whole thing's said and done, we're gonna have a pretty big delay in getting the final scores out and probably payouts and whatnot. So those of you watching will just have to sit tight, and we'll get that out to you as soon as possible.
Yeah,
What's your game plan for the rest of the way?
Enough friction is developed in what everybody else calls the track. So I think now you can fairly safely float it to what I feel is pretty dependable friction because so many balls hit that 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you have a zone there now. And because of the shape of the pattern, you've got a little bit of tug. And I think that should last pretty well for my rest of the games on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we should have a good look going forward, provided there wasn't a lot of urethane or a lot of pearls going left to right early.
Sure, and I would argue that you're going to be going to what I would consider some of the best pairs in the house here going forward. So good scores could come from there. I've seen some really good scores on 9 and 10 today. Yeah, you should be good the rest of the way. Just one shot at a time. You can get yourself back.
There's hope. Get back to 17th. I need to go about 100 over. So.
It's possible.
Yep.
I mean, they're broke down. I think you have a good chance of doing it. Just don't give up, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Matt Smallin, and hopefully we'll see him again.
Yeah. See you. Well, I'll be on the screen soon. So.
Yeah, for sure. Good
See
luck,
ya.
buddy. All right, Matt Smallin with a little update on his day. And again, they are now, the last bowler is up here. Scott Knox is going to finish it off on lane number 10. He's got 2 more shots in the 10th frame, and then we will move everything back to 11 and 12 for your regularly scheduled programming. All right, we are underway now. Here in game number 8. Looks like Kenton and Sean Carnell, Chris Cool. So if you didn't catch that earlier, we are paying out 17 spots today. They would opted for a 1 in 5. I guess that will make the top a little bit better. The payout should be pretty good then. After 6, Taylor Wallstrom at +3 was that cutoff for the money. I know we had Josh Harms fans out there. He is currently in 18th place, so he is the first guy out of the money through 6 games. We have 7 and 8. They are now, the final player is bowling their 10th frame. Once that is complete, everyone will then be underway in their 8th game. There's some on the high end of the house here who already are done with their 8th game. We are on our featured pair in frame number 3. So a little bit of a disconnect throughout the house, but everything will work out as it should. With the little delay towards the end of the day, we should be able to sit down and talk to some of the players who bowled today and see how they fared and what worked and what didn't. Yeah, while we have a moment, we could do a little housekeeping here and let everyone know that we are bowling on a 42-foot pattern, just under 29 mils. It is a 2.43 to 1 ratio oil pattern, so definitely a flat pattern in the middle. Some players have found some success on this, but for the most part, the field is minus. Only 17 of the 84 are plus at the moment through 6 games. Again, you can find us, our next stream will be January 28th and 29th, where we'll be giving you wall-to-wall coverage of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout right here at North Hill Bowl starting at 11 a.m. for qualifying on the 28th, and then we'll be back at 9 a.m. on Sunday the 29th for match play. Likely set up shop down on the TV pair, which is 31 and 32 or 29 and 30, something like that, down on the high end. Again, big thank you to the folks at Storm for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Go out and get yourself an absolute, as that gets released on the 20th along with the Revenant. A couple new pieces out from Storm. Go check those out at your local pro shop. Tim, did anyone jump 8 left today? I'm sure they did. But unfortunately, there's not as much chalk out here as you like to throw, so maybe not. I don't know. Hope things are going well for you. Hopefully you dug out of all the snow out in upstate New York. Maybe we'll see you back here in the High Plains for a tournament or two in the future. And Chris Cool enters this game with what, minus, he went minus 20 the last game, so plus 79 at the moment, still in good shape. Got a 3-bagger going here, so good bounce back game after that 180 on 9 and 10. Big shot here to get him going. Looks okay. Good shot there for Chris. Good shot there for Chris. 10 pin though. All right, those in chat, are you guys still with me? I know it's a long day. We're in game 8, but we're almost there. 2 more games to go after this. We will stay on the air until we know the final score. For those of you who entered into the Fate giveaway on our Facebook page, again, go on over to our Facebook page, hit the like button, as we will be giving away either an Absolute or a Revenant the week of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. So 2 weeks away for another contest. So you don't want to miss that one. Please hit the like button. And make sure you enter, as we have a few more Storm High Performance Bowling Balls to give away. We'll be giving another one away at the NDBowling.com Classic for whoever enters. Not sure how we're going to do it yet, but it will only be available to the entries for that tournament. Oh, you guys are all here still. That's good. Y'all went quiet on me watching football or something. All right, Chris Cool still has 2:58 left. Could go a long way, being at 79 over right now with 2 games to go. Push. Oh, terrible break there. 4-9. Again, I do appreciate everyone tuning in today, keeping me company. I am Darren Sini with NDBowling.com, flying solo in the booth today for the 47th annual 10-game marathon. Crazy to think this tournament's been around for 12 years, longer than I've been alive. Again, there were 84 entries here today, spread out across what appears to be 30 lanes. And I am seeing some people trying to enter the Fate contest at the moment, but unfortunately the entries are closed once the tournament started. So, sorry you got in a little late there, but make sure you keep an eye on our Facebook page, as we'll be running more contests in the future to give away a Storm High Performance Bowling Ball. Compliments of our sponsor, Storm. Well, 2-teen for Chris Cool here. 214 it is, and that'll move him up to 93 over. 93 over with 2 to go is pretty good shape. We look over at tournament leader Ryan Krabenoff. He started off 3-bagger, gutter spare, double. That's quite the game there. He is dealing with a few knee issues at the moment, so that's probably contributing to the one errant shot. But nonetheless, the tournament leader by roughly 60 pins after 6 games anyways. Not sure what it is after 7, but off to a good start here in game 8. And wrap 10. And we have a Game 7 scoring update. Coming in hot. Ryan Krabenoff leading at 171 over. In second is Cairo Scott at 145 over. Eric Nelson in third with 112 over. Jason Van Fiersen at 104. Jeremiah Smith at 99. Jamie Craig at 89. Jaden Roller at 85. Chris Cool at 79, Chris Charles at 71, Sarah Beck at 53, and then all the way down to Tatum Lee in 17th, currently at -2. So -2 is currently your cash line. Appears as though Jackson Selk, the son of Ryan Selk, is currently in 12th, ahead of Ryan Selk in 15th. That's noteworthy, isn't it? From what I understand, Jackson Selk just started bowling, so good for him. Welcome to tournament bowling up here at North Hill Bowl, and sure we'll see more of them. Oh, let's see. Josh Harms is in 24th place. I know somebody was interested in his score. Currently at -52, so he's 40 pins off the cash line at the moment. Let's see. We talked to Matt Smolin earlier. He is currently in 34th. He's got a bit of ground to make up to get up to that cashing line. Defending NDBowling.com Player of the Year winner John Breckel in 21st place at -40, which is pretty impressive considering he just had knee surgery about a month and a half ago. Where's Jay Fettig? Jay Fettig also had knee surgery not that long ago. He is also bowling. Let's see. Where are you, Jay? Jay Fettig is in 39th place. Currently at -90. Looks like Peyton Sumner's had a big game in game number 7 with a 247. And vaulted him up to 14th place, so he's sitting pretty good. Crazy how the scratch high game, the last 2 games, 5 and 6 were both 300, and people lost the pots with 266 and 279, but in game 7, 247 tops, so the lanes must be transitioning into something not as pleasant, but we will see. The bowlers on 9 and 10 are just about to finish up their 8th game. They are now in the 10th frame, and then we will have bowlers on our pair once again. Again, if there's anyone you want to know the scores for, please let us know. Tori wants an update on Joseph Hatton. Sure. Let's see if I can find him in the standings here. Joseph Hatton, after 7 games, is in 52nd place. Currently 147 under. So Joseph's got a little bit of work to get to the cashing spot, which is currently at -2. Rodney Holm wants to know the top 5 bowlers and scores. You got it. And again, these are through 7 games. Half the house is through 8 games and in the middle of their 9th game. But there's the other half over here is still in the 8th game. So through 7, Ryan Krabenoff is leading at 1571. Cairo Scott in second at 1545. Eric Nelson in third at 1512. Jason Van Viersen in fourth at 1504. Jeremiah Smith in fifth at 1499. So that is your top 5 through 7 games here at the 10-game marathon. We are about to start game number 9 here on our featured pair. So 2 more games to go. And then hopefully we will find out who our winner is relatively quickly. And most importantly, what that score is for those of you who entered our Fate contest. Looks like we have Deadwood here on 12. And it looks like it tripped out the... So we're going to have to get that set up. A 1, 2, 4, 10. Hey, Stu, it was 1, 2, 4, 10 she needs on 12. All right, Chris, let's see if we can get some score updates for you. Aiden is in 11th place at, let's see here, at 45 over. How is Brady Helm doing? Brady Helm is in 48th place currently at 1272. Dawson Unrath Where are you, Dawson? Dawson Unrath is in 30th at 1330. Adam Fettig is in 51st place at 1254. And Jaden Roller is in 7th at 1485. And Jack, thank you for tuning in today. We do miss you around here. Hopefully things are well down south. Again, thank you for tuning in. Always appreciated. And lucky for you, you'll be able to see the entire Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here on NDBowlTV. As that tournament is a favorite among many in the area, so you please tune in there. The field is going to be pretty strong for that one. Very talented bowlers come and bowl the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, so can't wait for that show. Please mark it on your calendar, January 28th at 11 a.m. we will go live for the qualifying round. And then we'll be back on Sunday the 29th at 9 a.m. for match play. And we are underway with game 9. And again, they will be posting the complete scores with game-by-game standings on the North Hill Bowl Facebook page. So head on over to North Hill Bowl on Facebook, hit the like button there, and they will be posting all the scores. Once we are done, hopefully we can find the winner and have a word with them. And if you don't want to wait all the way through to there, we will be posting the complete standings on our Facebook page on NDBowling.com at the completion of the event. looks like things are looking pretty rough over there for tournament leader Ryan Krabanoff, and opening a single pin miss that almost put him in on the lane. He didn't feel very good there. He's limping pretty good across the concourse now. So we'll see what happens there, as the tournament leader not looking like he's in very good shape at the moment with 2 games to go, as he just started his 9th game down on 7-8. got a score update for Game 8. For those of you interested in the scores, Ryan Krabanoff leading it with a 1787. Eric Nelson moving into second with a 1747, so a 40-pin gap between first and second. Cairo Scott in third at 1731. Jeremiah Smith in fourth at 1726. Jamie Craig in fifth at 1704. Jaden Roller in sixth at 1697. Brian Selk in seventh at 1695 on the heels of a 279 game. Chris Kuhl in eighth at 1693. Sarah Beck in ninth at 1685. And rounding out the top 10, Chris Charles at 1683. The final cash spot at the moment is Justin Rawls at -3. Dawson Unrath is the first one out at -11. So that is your scoring update after game number 8. We got a good portion of the house just starting their 10th game. Most of the house currently in game number 8. Or in game number 9, excuse me. any idea where Ron is sitting? Are we referring to Ron Zutz? After game 8, Ron Zutz was in 33rd place at 15-19, roughly 80 pins or so off the cash line. So he'll have a little bit of work to do for the last 2 games. And that'll do it for game 9 on our featured pair. The pair to the left is in the 8th frame at the moment, so we'll have a brief break while they finish up their 9th game. And we're going to take a quick break until that happens. So stay tuned for game number 10 right here on NDBowlTV. All right, a little bit of a scoring update for you. We do not have a Game 9 scoring update, as some pairs are still going. Question in the chat, where's Peyton Sumners? He is in 15th place after 8 games, so really close to that last cash spot. Our leader, Ryan Krabina, is about to step up in the 10th in game number 9 with a max of 169. So our leader will be coming back to the field a little bit. I do not know where the other players are currently, so they are on the other ends of the house. We do have a couple pairs here to our right that are 7 frames into their final game. So maybe we can get a word with one of them after they complete their 10th game. Looks like Ryan Krabanoff will finish this game with a 159. So game 10 about to get interesting here as he comes back to the field with 41 pins. So the lead now goes down to 146 over, depending on Eric Nelson. If Eric Nelson shot plus, he may be our new leader. And for the Peyton Sumners fans out there, he just shot a 144 on the pair to our left, and he will be on our featured pair here in game number 10. Brad Peterson from out in Williston says they have 4 spots left for the beatdown doubles. Good tournament out there, I believe, in 2 weeks. Is that right? I believe he's got 4,000 added for that one. Head on out to Williston in a couple weeks for a good doubles tournament. I believe I just saw the poster for that, Brad, so I don't know if do I have that one posted on the site or not? I'm going to check quick. I know I have the date, but I don't know if I have the poster on there yet. Well, it looks like I do have the poster on there, so all the information is on NDBowling.com. Click the upcoming events page. I believe it's a 2-day tournament. Saturday is 8 games on a short oil pattern. Sunday is 8 games on a long oil pattern. The finals are top 5 Baker-style stepladder. Handicap is 90% at 210. And the cost is $400 per team with 4,000 added. So go get yourself a partner and head on out to Williston, January 21st and 22nd. Call Brad Peterson at the Strike Zone if you'd like to sign up, as he did say they have 4 spots left. And we are now underway in our final game here on our featured pair. They'll definitely be done before some of the other pairs, so following, I see our boy Blake Wallstrom over here finishing up on 15 and 16. He's got 1 frame left, so perhaps we can get a word with him. Unless he doesn't want to talk at the moment since he didn't have that good of a day, but we'll hopefully speak with him to see his overall thoughts on the day and what they were like on the left side. Again, some of the upcoming events that we have on our page is the Manitoba Open next weekend, the first NDBowling.com Major Championship up in Winnipeg. And then the following weekend, the aforementioned doubles tournament in Williston that we were talking about. And then there's also a bracket tournament in Grand Forks, the Larry Benjamin Memorial. It's a double elimination bracket tournament, 64 players max. Following that weekend will be the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl. NDBowlTV will provide wall-to-wall coverage of that one. On the 4th and 5th of February, we got the KFYR TV Bowling Classic down in Mandan, another NDBowling.com major championship. The 11th of February is the One Ball Tournament in Williston. That is the tournament I am thinking of that I do not have the poster for yet. So, Brad, if you are out there and if you think of it, please send me the poster on your One Ball Tournament. I'll get that posted next week. The Shervin Scratch Singles Tournament in Aberdeen is February 18th and 19th. And then the NDBowling.com Classic will be held March 4th and 5th at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. We will have a poster out for that one this week. And the winner of that one will take home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. And then a few other tournaments listed there. Once again, head on over to NDBowling.com and click on the upcoming events page for a complete listing of all tournaments from now until about mid to late March. I also know that they are taking sign-ups for the state tournament, the various state tournaments around town, or around the state, I should say. The State Open tournament, I believe, is right here at North Hill Bowl. And then you have the women's tournament and the youth tournament. I don't know the exact spots for that, but if you go to North Dakota, the North Dakota USBC site, you can catch all the information there. I'm going to go there real quick just to give you the dates and locations of those events. Let's see, the State Open tournament is indeed here at North Hill Bowl in the 3 available weekends in April. Looks like every weekend except Easter. The women's state tournament is being held at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead the end of April and the first week in May, so a pretty late tournament there for them. The youth state tournament is being held at Red Ray Lanes in Grand Forks in every weekend in April except for Easter weekend. So head on over to NDUSBC.com to sign up for the appropriate state tournament that you are interested in. I know they have the ability for you to sign up online and pay online, so go ahead and do so there. Looks like we've got three different pairs that are already done with their 10th game here to the right of us, as we are just underway in game 10 here on the featured pair. And just kidding about the Peyton Sumners, I got the wrong name up there, so he is currently on 9 and 10. And he enters this game at 18-16, so he's plus 16 for those of you interested. The same initials are on our featured pair, and I for a second thought that was him. Again, we are in our final game of the 47th annual 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. We will go live once again in 3 weeks, Saturday, January 28th at 11 a.m. for coverage of the qualifying round of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. We'll then go live the next day for complete coverage of day 2, which includes match play in the morning, followed by a 5-person stepladder finals, where they will hand out an NDBowling.com major championship along with $4,000 cash. So tune in for that one, and if you're interested in the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, please call North Hill Bowl to sign up. That poster is on NDBowling.com as well. right, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't quite hear you. You want to put that a little closer to...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
There we go.
All right, Blake Wallstrom in the house. Blake, it wasn't probably the day you envisioned.
No.
Tell us kind of what you did and what went wrong.
So originally I tried starting off with urethane and something that would keep me a little closer to the pocket. And it was working out, but I'd have a game or two, or a shot or two in there somewhere that I have a split or a washout, which wasn't very beneficial. We've had a little approach issues today on the higher end.
That's what Randy was saying, yeah.
And so once I got down there, I was really having issues with that, which is with my my chronic knee issues that I've had.
Not to interrupt you, but we do have a Lily on lane 11, which is always an exciting thing for any live stream.
Let's go. But yeah, I had a little bit of approach issues and struggled through that. And then I just honestly couldn't find anything all day long to get more than like a double.
Sure.
Little outside, wouldn't hit the head pin. Little inside, went straight through the face. I just couldn't stay out of trouble, I guess would be the biggest thing. And so we'll go back to the drawing board. Hopefully you can figure out something for the CMA.
I was going to say, what's your game plan then? What are you going to change? What are you going to try different if indeed this is the pattern they use in 3 weeks?
So for me, it seems like stuff is a little more controlled. My pin down stuff seems to be a little better. So I have 3 of them right now that are stacked. Got the Zen Soul, the Phase 2, and then I go into the Fate. And all of them look pretty decent. I like the shape that they're giving me, but it's just finding where and when to use each one, I guess, is the biggest thing. I tried a couple of other balls. I tried the UC3 at the very beginning. It looked okay. Same thing with the Zen U.
Yeah, it seemed as though everything started out pretty decent on the left side. I saw Wade was leading after 2 games, and a couple other lefties had some pretty good scores early on. Did you notice that there was any transition on that side as you crossed the other lefties at all?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was more just execution, and then finding, the approach has got a little tacky on the high end. So trying to save my knee, I got a little slow, and then I get that errant shot here and there, and you just can't have that.
Yeah. We gotta reduce the amount of shots that have no chance, essentially.
Yeah, and then that was the problem. Is there? I'd say my biggest takeaway, I guess, would be find something that I can stay away from the split. I had 4 missed makeables today, and they were all on the high end of the house where I was sticking, and I kept pulling it. Once I got away from that, I'm pretty sure I was clean except for the splits and the washouts. So you just gotta stay away from them.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just not the sharpest in the situation. Gotta be a little sharper. You know, real life stuff gets in the way, and just not enough practice. Gotta stay a little sharper, and it's kind of what this tournament has been for me historically. Is with it right at the beginning of the year. We got like 10 weeks of straight tournaments if you really want to go to all of them. So this is kind of one that it's nice. There's a bunch of games. You can work on a couple things, get a little sharper, and then you're hitting into the big time tournament season with some games under you.
That's usually what I've done too when I'm able to bowl is kind of find the 10-game marathon as one of those where once you get to game 6, if you have a chance, you push forward and try to win the tournament. If you're out of it, it's glorified practice. It's a fun day. It's a fun day to bowl with everyone. It's usually on a test pattern for the CMA, so it's really good practice. And, for a $100 entry fee if you don't get in anything else, it's really not the worst thing in the world to kind of try a few things, because in reality, if you find something and it works 3 weeks from now, you're going to make yourself some money. So
I think even if you went all in for everything, I think it was only $340.
Sure, which isn't bad.
Which is one of probably the cheaper tournaments of the year.
Especially considering it's 10 games and there's a lot of bracket combinations in there. So, yeah, it could get expensive when you think about it.
Yeah, so overall, my biggest thing is more mindset. I think a lot of that can, your mental game can take you out of it a lot more than your physical game can.
I would believe that. So do you think the approach has had anything on your mind today?
Oh, 100%.
Because, it did ruin your knee, so
yeah,
that goes into play.
100%. Games 1 and 2, I was still okay. And then once I jumped ends and everyone's like, oh, they're tacky. Yeah, they were. Were they as bad as everyone was making them out to be? Probably not. But with my knee problems and my knee history, I was just like, is it worth it to go for it? So I was kind of babying it. I'm not sure I needed to 100%.
Sure.
But mentally, stayed in it, tried to make good shots, and, just learn.
Yeah, at the very least, learn something for 3 weeks from now.
Yeah.
What's your schedule going forward?
I'm going to miss Winnipeg the following weekend. Wasn't too sure about the hotel situation. And then that came out this last week that if you contact her, you can get a room. When I looked it up online, they said there's no rooms available. And so I mentioned that to my wife. We're actually going to head to Vegas.
Oh, nice.
Because we had a babysitter. Her parents are going to watch her. And so we were like, okay, well, we'll take a weekend away. And then we got that weekend away. So then once I get back from that, we're going to hit the doubles with my brother in Winnipeg. Then
in Williston, you mean?
Yeah, I said Winnipeg.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you're going to Winnipeg for doubles, you might be disappointed, but.
Hey, you never know. But yeah, no, Williston, that one looks like a pretty good tournament. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, Brad just said he has 4 spots left, so it looks like it might fill.
Yeah,
no,
nice. I think that's a real good one, especially with the shorter and then the longer pattern. Then the weekend after that, so this one for the CMA. I think the following weekend's the K-Fire. So that's as far as I know. We got the K-Fire the first weekend, then it's I want to say the one-ball tournament in Williston that they have a bunch of added
that's
money.
in between the K-Fire and the Sherburne Scratch Singles in Aberdeen.
Yep. And then so I plan to go to that one as long as everything allows.
Right.
And then Aberdeen, I'll be there. And then at that point, we're already in March. It's crazy.
It's the Classic the first weekend in March, yep.
It's crazy how quick time flies.
Right, it's all in a 6 to 8 week span, really.
Yeah.
And then you start thinking about your state and nationals teams and all that good stuff. And then it's summer, and people don't bowl around here in the summer. So.
No, I wish it did. It would be probably a little more beneficial for those early tournaments in October. When are you guys going to nationals?
Well, we're scheduled for Reno the last week of April. So with the current situation with my arm, I'm going to heal up as much as I can, and we're going to make sure we bowl those 9 games. I'm going to send out a good sorry to my team already because I know some of them are watching. I do have pretty good confidence in myself depending on what they put out. Jeff does say, tell us about the one-ball tournament. I would highly recommend going to the Strike Zone on Facebook. I do believe they have information there posted, but from what I know, you bowl with one ball the entire time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can practice with whatever you bring, and then once the lanes come on, whatever ball you select, that is the ball you complete the whole tournament with.
So spares and everything.
Spares and everything.
So, and I did just check on NDBowling.com. That is the one tournament between now and the middle of February that we do not have a poster for. I'll be contacting Brad to get that as quick as possible, and I'll have it posted on our upcoming events page.
I'd say,
Was that the 11th of February, I believe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you go to the Strike Zone Facebook page, they have one posted. He sent me one, and he was laughing at me because I was like, well, we got to make sure that's okay with the wife, because there's a lot of tournaments coming up here in the next couple weeks that
Yeah, dad life ain't easy, man.
yeah,
I hear you.
You can't get to everything.
That's right.
As much as you want to sometimes it just does not work out.
So when we look down here, Ryan Krabanoff had a 159. He was leading by about 35 pins. Shoots a 159 on 7 and 8 because he's limping around with a knee injury.
Oh, no.
So depending on what Eric Nelson is doing, Eric Nelson could be leading this tournament. He is on the same pair as Ryan Krabanoff at the moment. So from what I see from EN, I see a 9 miss, spare strike so far from Eric Nelson, which looks like he's got 1960 something. And then you got Ryan Selk, who is at 1884. Is that what that says his total is?
That's what it looks like, and he started off with the front three, but then he had looks like a split 8-1 there. So
yeah, so Ryan must have had a sub 200 game 9, because on here he's got 90 some over.
yeah, so there's some really good up-and-coming youth bowlers out here.
That's for sure. I was talking to Travis Herzrud. He said him and Luke might make the trip up today. I don't see him here today, but speaking of up-and-coming bowlers who are going to make some noise, keep an eye on Lucas Herzrud.
Dawson's already made some noise, but I bowled with him all day, and
Must have been a struggle for him too, it seems.
he finished 7 over. So,
okay, so it'll be close.
Yeah, he's still. Obviously, things didn't go quite as planned, but just the way he stayed in it, kept a level mind, kept grinding. It was kind of impressive to watch that. We got some of these youth bowlers that are coming up that are pretty ready to just go.
Right.
Yeah.
I wish when you and I were kids that we had the opportunity to bowl the adult events by signing the scholarship waiver, so to speak. When we were kids, if we even entered anything that involved an exchanging of money, you were stripped of your youth membership and you had to move to adult. It was one or the other. We never had the opportunity to, be a junior bowler but still bowl a tournament like this, still bowl the CMA, still bowl the KFYR. I mean, they're given those opportunities, they're taking advantage of them, and I would too if I was that age.
Oh, absolutely. It also helps bridge that gap.
Yes.
There's a lot of youth bowlers that jump to adult, and there's that learning curve. Like when you bowl in the travel league and stuff like that, you end up bowling on the girls pairs and all those type of things, where the carry down is completely different when you get to the adult league. And
yes.
So it takes a little bit of a learning curve, but with this new format, it not only gives them an opportunity to put some more money in their scholarship fund, but it helps when they do make the jump to adult,
right,
and they're bowling those tournaments.
And I think it helps them when they go to big tournaments like Junior Gold and the Storm SYC events and stuff like that, because you're going to see a different kind of carry down at bigger youth events than you do at maybe local high school events that you see around here, just because the different caliber of bowlers.
absolutely. The other thing is, like I was talking about before, is the mental aspect of it. When you see somebody that maybe you grew up bowling youth league and they were like the big dog in the adult league, and now you're bowling side by side with them in the adult tournament, the mental aspect of like seeing somebody that's you may or may not perceive as, hey, like this is the guy, and now you're out there competing with them, is I think a little bit of an aspect with it too.
Yeah, I've always felt like when I go to bigger tournaments that are maybe larger than life for me, like you said, based on my perception, it makes it easier to come back to tournaments around here and bowl and feel more comfortable when you've essentially bowled in a field that is a step up, so to speak. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a rookie going to play against like Tom Brady. It's like
Right.
a lot of times you're a little starstruck, you're a little like, the nerves, and not so much your, execution on the lane might not be affected, but mentally you might be a little worried about this and that, and
Yeah, not completely in focus.
where if you get to bowl some of these adult tournaments as a youth, and then you go to some of these bigger tournaments, you're like, well, this guy went wherever and did really well, and I beat him, or I competed with him. Gives you a little more confidence.
Right, and I relate that back to my first time in junior gold was in 2005. I went to Indianapolis, and I was looking at the programs and stuff on the way down there that they send you, like the player packets and whatnot, and you look through the people who had made Team USA the year before, and I'm like, it'd be cool to see some of these guys. And the first day I shoe up, I look at my pair and who was bowling with me, and one of the guys that was on Team USA was on my pair, and I was like, that's not really the way I wanted to meet him. I'm like, I got to keep this on the lane.
Yeah, that's the thing is, get a little nervous or anything like that, and you start to pinch the ball a little bit, or
Right.
it affects everything. You don't get the same reaction when you're a little tense. Got to stay loose, which is a little difficult in situations. I understand that, but the ball doesn't roll the same way if you're nervous for a couple shots and then 2-3 shots later it comes off the way it should. It's just it's completely different.
Yeah, we've all been there. It's just it's based on your perception, based on what you've experienced. I mean, the more experiences you have, the better you are at situations like that. And when you come from small town North Dakota like we did growing up, and all of a sudden you're thrown into a junior gold tournament bowling alongside Team USA, it makes you think a little bit different, it is what it is.
For that aspect, even like when you make a finals or like a TV finals or like anything like that. Like I remember the first time I made the K-Fire TV show. I remember making it, but that first game where Jack absolutely destroyed me.
Jack is in our chat room, or he was anyways.
Well, good job, Jack. I remember starting the game. I warmed up. I started the game, and then after that, it was just like everything happened so fast because I was so like caught up in the moment. That last time, I remember, even watching it back, I noted the pauses, the deep breaths that I took, just trying to slow everything down, stay in the moment, and not just get carried away with everything.
Sure.
Same thing happens when your mind gets out of it a little bit, and you just got to try to stay in it.
See, and I had a different quite experience in my time on TV. I actually felt more calm than most of the other times bowling in my life. I don't know why. I just felt this sense of calm over me. I wasn't even that nervous, that kind of thing. But once I got absolutely destroyed as well, once you get by those first 5 frames, it's pretty much smooth sailing. And like you said, it goes fast.
Yeah, that was my biggest thing. Is like I blinked and all of a sudden the game was over. I was like, whoa, like I don't remember a bunch of it. It was just like I was so excited to be there, and then it was over.
Right.
And so that's why like that last time I was just like I got to make sure I relax, deep breaths, try to make the best shot.
Yep.
Each shot, slow things down. And obviously it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out pretty good that
worked
time.
out much better the second time around, but I don't think there's anything that can prepare you for it. But at the same time, if you focus on doing those same things, doing what you can control,
Right.
then I think you'll be more suited and more prepared overall.
Well, it looks like we are wrapping up our 10th frame here.
Looks like Ryan down there, he had that blunder in the fourth, but looks like he bounced back in 3 in a row. And
Okay, and he's at 84 over, but we're looking at Ryan Krabenoft here. He's got an open in the 7th. Eric Nelson has 135 up in the 6th with a strike in the 7th. Or no, 135 in the 7th with a strike in the 8th.
and how far over are
So
those guys?
Eric Nelson is 160 over at the moment. I believe Ryan Krabenoft is like 140 over. So if Eric Nelson puts together a double here, he could be our winner. It'll just be a matter of what the number is. I think at the conclusion of this, we'll try to wrap things up. But for those of you interested in the final totals, we will have all that posted on NDBowling.com's Facebook page. So head on over there, hit the like button, and we will update. We will post a final picture of the scores. Because once this tournament ends, they are already trying to oil the lanes for league tonight. There are actually a lot of league bowlers back here waiting for the tournament to conclude. So then we too are going to find our way out of here and get out of the way so that people can have their normal league nights. So big thank you to everyone who has tuned in today. Thanks for keeping me company. I do appreciate it. Jack, Kevin, all those guys that have commented earlier, I do appreciate all you guys for tuning in today, and to everyone who has subscribed today. I think we gained about 20 extra subscribers. I think we're 10 away from 1,700 now. I believe when you and I talked back at the Masters, we were at 1,400 and some, so we've gained, close to 300 subscribers here in the last month. So appreciate what everyone's done. Hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, and everything you can do does help us out. We got one frame left here on our featured pair, and then we will turn our attention to what's going on 5 and 6, because that seems to be Eric Nelson did put a double up there in the, I believe, 7th and 8th.
That's what it looks like. Yep.
So he's still got, that means he's still got like 240 left.
Yeah, it looks like 240.
I feel like that's 115, 135. No, that's 105. Okay, so 36. He's got 225 left. If I see that right. He's got 105 in the 7th or the 6th with a double working, and he's up now on the left lane. Krabenoff working on a strike in the 8th. Misses, so
goes high.
He's not going to shoot 200. So Ryan Krabenoff will go down from 140 over.
Although he's had a fantastic year so far.
He has, but right here on 9 and 10, he kind of tweaked his knee because he was part of that. They had a breakdown on 7 and 8 that essentially costed them 2/3 of a game. And there was a point where he was done bowling on 11, but they had to bowl a whole game on 7 and 8 before he had people to bowl with on 9 and 10.
Okay.
So then, the knee tightens up, things happen. That's just kind of part of bowling, I guess.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, things happen, but yeah, the way he started off this, I guess, 2022-2023 season.
Yeah, he's popped off a couple 800s down at Sunset Lanes. He won the doubles with Randy Peterson.
Yeah, he's been kind of on a tear.
Connor Allen says, great job today, Blake. Since Darren can't be my doubles partner next weekend in Oklahoma, he expects you to be there.
Ooh. Next weekend I'll be in Vegas, so if you can move that tournament to Vegas.
Quick drive over. Just a little quick drive over. Eric Nelson now is up in the 9th. Shot is away on lane 5. That did go nose. Did it strike? 7 count. So he's got 132
Yep, looks
in
like
the 7th, which makes it 152 in the 8th.
3-6-10.
So he's got 202 possibility for Eric Nelson now if he converts the spare and strikes out. Am I seeing that right? Yeah, that'd be 72 in the 9th. So that would mean Eric Nelson can get to about 163-ish over. So for those of you watching with a guess on the, if he is indeed the winner, it's going to be around 163 over, barring, I mean, well, we got Jeremiah in front of us at 159 over, but he's only going to shoot 202 if he strikes spares on 9 and 10. So he actually had a shot.
Yeah, which
Okay, so let's look at this.
Kind of leader in the clubhouse type thing.
Right,
Yeah.
once Jeremiah is done, he could be 161 over. Pick that up, strikes for 161, and then we'll have to watch and see what Nelson does over there. Because I want to say Eric Nelson's at 161 or 163, if I see that right. I could be wrong at what his total is. I see 19, perhaps 63. I don't know.
I can run down there real quick and take a pic.
Blake's going to do a little field work for us to see what Eric Nelson's total is after 9. But Jeremiah Smith sitting here at 1959. Shot is away on lane 10 there. That is a strike, so he'll finish out at 161 over. What do you got for us?
He is at 1961, so
161 over.
Yep.
So he needs 201 to pass Jeremiah Smith.
And he's sitting at 162 with a spare in the 9th.
So that means possible 202?
Correct.
Okay. So he needs to go double 9 to pass Jeremiah, and that is assuming nobody else in the field is better than 161 over. We don't know that. Again, this is a handicap tournament. A lot of different things can happen. Eric Nelson is now up in the 10th frame on lane 6. I wonder if we can do a quick movement here and see if we can see Eric Nelson down here on. All right. You see Eric Nelson there with his back to us in the orange and blue shirt on the top left of your screen. He is now up in the 10th, needing double 9 to pass Jeremiah Smith.
Shots on the way, and went high. Ooh.
I see a 9 pin there still.
Is that a 9? No.
That's a 310. I thought it was a 9. Yeah, it's a 310 leave. So Eric Nelson will not get past Jeremiah Smith. Speaking of Jeremiah, he's right there. Jeremiah could be your winner. We, again, do not know.
If Jeremiah ends up winning, I might have to ask him for 10% every single time I'm on the NDBowlTV stream here.
How about you? How about me just being here? Come on, Blake.
Well, yeah, but I've been in the booth 2 times, and so far looking like Jeremiah might be the winner both times.
We'll see. Again, this is a handicap tournament. There's a lot of players that we don't see. There's a lot of places we cannot see, scores we cannot see. Again, Eric Nelson, best he can do is 190, which would be 151 over with the strike here.
I want to say Krebana looks like 183, I think, finish.
So then he'll get to about 120 over. So that still puts Jeremiah in the lead. Again, this is unofficial at the moment, but 21-61 is the highest I see so far.
Yep. Ryan Selk did get to 244, which I think gets him to, what, 100 and something over? That's not the end. That looked like 128 over, I think is what I see.
Okay, for Ryan Selk. I wonder if he got past Ryan Krabanoff. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to see from this far away.
Well, I guess we got nothing in front of us. We'll bring it into the booth. Blake, you'll have to sit down or else my camera won't get you.
My
I think
bad.
people would rather look at you than me anyways.
I don't know about that. Standing up a little excited and trying to figure out scores.
Yeah, looking around, I mean, they've I don't know what they got going on here, but they have the lanes on for practice for league on 13, 14, 15, 16. Are they letting the kids already start bowling? So I feel like they have the adult league down here on the low end, so.
Yeah, I might have to go get my stuff out of the way. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, everyone's kind of moving in. And the youth league, there's a Sunday youth league that's starting here, and they're on 13, 14, 15, 16, so.
That was a great league back in the day.
Yeah, right? I love the Sunday night league. Had some success there. It was good. Not as much success as a guy like Ryan Selk did on Sunday night leagues, but.
That was kind of nice, though. You go bowl the travel team tournaments, get back home.
Still
and
make it home for league, baby.
Yeah, yep.
We'd all just run home as quick as we can so we could still bowl league.
Yeah. I don't know why.
I couldn't do that anymore.
Maybe that's why my body hurts so much these
Yeah.
days, but.
No way I could do that anymore. When I'm done with a tournament, I'm like, okay, I'm done for a week.
Oh, yeah.
So, Blake, you getting any of the new upcoming releases out of Storm? The Absolute and the Revenant?
I don't know much about it, to be 100% honest. I know the Absolute was a big ASIM.
And the Revenant is essentially a Spectre replacement. It's got the same specs and everything, just a different, harder cover, so to speak, because that's what was flagged on it.
Okay, well, that one I'm definitely looking into. I also have a couple bigger ASIM pearls that I'm looking at drilling. I know the Absolute's hybrid. Just not sure where it's going to fit in. I would like to drill, obviously, most of the stuff. Just trying to figure out where it fits in the game and if it makes sense to drill.
Yeah, when I come back and I'm finally healthy, I'm going to get an exotic gem for one.
I already have
that. That is definitely getting drilled.
I have it. I just haven't drilled it yet, which is the big problem. I think that one would have been probably pretty good today. Kind of kicking myself, but.
Getting pretty busy in here now as we have a crossover between all the tournament bowlers and the league bowlers. So, again, I think we're going to wrap things up here. If that's okay with you guys, if you can, go onto the Facebook page and hit the like button, as we will post a final standing sheet once we get it. This is only through 8 games. Again, we do believe that, in our view, Jeremiah Smith has a 2161 and is the highest score that I see. Again, that could be wrong based on people bowling down on the high end of the house. They've been done for a while now. I don't know. There's some handicap bowlers that could be better. Cairo Scott, I don't know, because he kept moving towards the high end of the house.
He didn't have a very good game 9, I want to say. Maybe it was game 10. One of the games I bowled with him, it was like a $180, I want to say, something like that. I don't know where Jamie ended up. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that have a chance. Just not sure they can get there.
Yeah, Chris Cool didn't have a big enough game. Yeah, just like you said, I don't know if they had enough pins to get there.
Yeah.
So, for the time being, we're going to say Jeremiah Smith at 2161. But again, we will post the final on our Facebook page. So head on over to Facebook, search for NDBowling.com, and hit the like button, and we will provide you with the final scores. So thank you to everyone who has tuned in today. I do appreciate it. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, hit that thumbs up button, and we will be back on January 28th at 11 a.m. for qualifying of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, as we will be doing wall-to-wall coverage from that event, from the first ball thrown all the way through the stepladder finals. So please tune in there. We'll also be giving away another high-performance bowling ball from Storm the week of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. So go over to Facebook, hit like, and stay up to date on that. So once again, I'm Darren Steeney alongside Blake Wallstrom, saying good night from Minot, and thank you for tuning in. We'll see you in 3 weeks.